Good night. Good evening, I should say. I'm Stuart Hardy, Chair of the Tiverton Planning Board, and this is a special meeting dedicated to the use table and updating the use table. This is a September 24, 2024 special meeting. Our next regular monthly meeting is a week from tonight on October 1st at 6:30. So I'll begin as always, calling the membership and establishing a quorum. Christopher Shriver.
Here.
William Gerlach.
Present.
Janice Gomes is not here. Richard Taylor.
Here.
Rosemary Eva.
Present.
Patricia Hilton.
Present.
V.A. Lopes is not here yet, but she might come later. And Stephen Clark.
She's not coming tonight, Sue.
She's not,
emailed
okay.
me.
Okay, and Stephen Clark.
Present.
So we have a quorum, and we also have Todd Romano, our legal counsel, who will be leading us through the discussion tonight. Ashley Sweet, our interim part-time planner and AO, will not be with us tonight. She's got a conflict. And we have Ed Rotella, our land use clerk, with us. So with having said that, I think that I can call on Todd to begin to lead us through this. We all have several documents. We received two documents from Ashley, which is language.
Yes, sir.
Standards for review language that can be either performance standards or specific and objective criteria if we do special use permits. We also have an updated use table which is color coded. We have a memo from Todd which we received just yesterday, which kind of gives us a pathway through this process tonight. And also we have, Todd has gotten the original use table that goes back to December 31, 2023. So this is what we started from. And we've been working on this for most of 2024. So Todd, would you like to start us off and start asking?
Thank you, Stu. And I don't know a good way to do this tonight. Apparently I scared Janice away from last time we did this.
I don't think there is a good way to do it. I think we just have to just bull through it.
All right. So thankfully we have a foundation based both on the use table that Ashley sent to everyone last week and then the standards that we created for the waterfront district uses. And I think what I want to do is just go through this line by line. We've already discussed a lot of these uses, most of us, and whether criteria are required. I've gone through this myself to identify where Ashley's table does not identify where special use permits were required previously. So I can take us straight to that for each use in each zone, and we can identify whether we want performance standards or special use criteria, okay? So let's just go ahead. Single family dwelling units. According to my notes, in the VC zone, that was previously a special use permit. We had conversation about the VC zone and eliminating all special use permits in that zone to just no, because we need to update the watershed protection, watershed overlay zone. Watershed overlay zone. If we agree, I will leave that as a no for the VC zone.
What's the latest update on when those watershed regs? That's not happening anytime soon, right?
No.
So it's not worth trying to hedge against
Not in
that.
the next 2 months, that's for
Okay.
sure.
All right. Then I would support
You're good?
keeping uses.
Right, so if we're all in agreement, then I won't even ask about the watershed, I'm sorry, the VC zone any longer, but if you see something up there and you think it should be a special use permit, certainly call it out to me, okay?
Yes.
All right, so the next one, and remember, The 2023 district use table did not include all of the uses that we presently have. For example, we've broken out the multifamily homes, right? We've added some new uses as well, but we'll get through this. So the next one would be the multifamily structures. Previously, we had a special use permit, I guess in the VC zone, so we can skip that. You'll see on the right hand, I've gone through this based both on the 2023 district use table and then our conversations on those Saturday mornings as to where we were heading with these uses. So for the multifamily structure, and that was before we broke it out as we have now, on February 17, we talked about making that permitted, or with performance standards in the R30, special use in the VC zone. But based on what we just discussed, we're keeping the VC zone N. And I think the performance standard that we had discussed in February for the multifamily structures was exactly what we have there now. 4 more units, that is, with public water and sewer. Otherwise, it's a prohibited use, as you'll see in row D just above that. Are we good with that? Trish?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
No, it's not a guess so, because we need to do it right. I know we want to get this done, but we need to do it as right as we can tonight.
Yeah, I think, given the amount of sewer that we have, it's gonna limit where you can have more than 4, but I think that that's probably okay. Excepting though, if something comes in with a comp permit, it may get around that, right?
Of course, but this table is useless as to comp permits anyways.
Okay, all right, then I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean, the sewer is a self-limiting factor here.
Right.
Yeah. And water for that matter.
The next one is mixed-use residential. And the old table had special use permit in the highway commercial zone. I don't know if you want to continue to do that or just have standards of some sort. We have standards, as you can see there, for the waterfront zone for mixed-use residential. And that's why we had passed out or distributed tonight we did actually, those standards. And those standards would be for mixed-use residential, not permitted on the ground floor, total floor area dedicated to residential use shall not exceed 50%. Mixed-use residential structures with 4 or more units shall be connected to public water or sewer. Those were the standards that we talked about for the waterfront zone, where you see it's permitted with performance criteria. If you want those same standards for mixed use residential and the highway commercial, that's easy to do.
I don't understand why we would have a different set in this case, but
The only question I have is
Bless you.
the 50%. So in the waterfront zone, we limited it to 50% so that you wouldn't end up with a lot of, sort of flat roof buildings or buildings that were gonna block a lot of views of people who lived up the hill. And that, sort of means that you're gonna have gabled roof. In the highway commercial, I don't know if I'm as concerned about that, and whether or not it should be limited to whether or not we should eliminate the 50% limitation in highway commercial.
if we don't have some percentage in there, is it really mixed use?
That was my thought.
Meaning if you
Well-
eliminate like, hey, all the floor space could be.
Well, no, because it does say that the ground floor has to be commercial in the performance.
Permitted
Residential
on
units
the ground
not
floor.
permitted on the ground floor.
Okay.
Correct.
So it has to be. I just didn't know if we wanted to have that 50%. I'm just asking it. It's just a question.
You both have good points on that.
Well, I mean, should item A2, like, should we just qualify that a little bit more? So total floor area dedicated to residential use beyond the ground floor shall not exceed X percent? I mean, do we gotta call that up?
I think you're getting complicated on me.
Okay, all right.
You're losing me.
So,
I can call it up if you want,
so
maybe.
I'm just trying to reference, make sure that when we say total floor area, we're really talking, or are we talking total floor area beyond the ground floor?
It would be total floor area, including the ground floor, shall not exceed 50%.
So I would suggest, since we're allowing this in both highway commercial and general commercial, that we change, that we adopt the waterfront language, except that rather than say 50%, we say 100%. So now the mixed use can be all commercial on the first floor and 100% above the first floor could all be one or two apartments. And that's essentially what we have done with the chapel building in North Tiverton, which is in the form-based code. So that's what I would suggest.
The zoning revision committee, we had no for general commercial. And the thing I just got from Ed tonight says no to general commercial.
I think we were only debating highway commercial here, not general
No, but he's got general commercial in his table.
This table has general commercial as a permitted,
Correct.
is mixed use as a permitted use, so.
So one of the
I
things,
think that might be a mistake.
well, one of the things, there's a timing issue here, because the zoning update committee has been through general commercial, but it hasn't come to the planning board yet, and at the zoning update committee, there was a recommendation that general commercial not have mixed use, but we haven't gotten there yet, so I think we're gonna just, if
Except
that.
what I just got from Ed tonight says no, in that purple. I have.
I don't know what you've got, let me see what you
That's
have.
this one right here.
Do you have the old?
Oh, mixed use residential, never mind. Sorry. But yeah, in zoning revision, I have no.
Right, but we'll get to that in the future. I think for now, it's too complicated to try and adopt things that the planning board hasn't adopted yet, that the zoning update committee has discussed.
The P in general commercial for mixed use is a holdover from 2023. Never changed.
Right.
All right, so do you want performance standards for the highway commercial which mirror those for the waterfront, or are we changing that as to the percentage of use for residential?
I think we aligned on changing it to 100%.
Yes, although, Bill's point is a good one in that when I actually read the way that this is written, I'm not sure, number two, that it actually does what we say, because this says total floor area dedicated to residential use shall not exceed 50% of the total floor area. What that was supposed to mean is that if you had, and I'm just simple numbers here, if you had 2,000 square feet on the first floor, you couldn't have more than 1,000 square feet of residential above it. Bill has a point, when I read this, I'm not sure it says what that is supposed to do.
I'm sorry.
Say your example, can you just repeat your example one more
In the
time?
waterfront, if you had a building that was 2,000 square feet
In
of
total.
floor area on the first floor, then the residential above it couldn't be more than 1,000 square feet.
So if that is the case, then number two really should be qualified. where
Total
it says
ground floor.
total ground floor area.
Or just ground floor, yeah, that, yeah, you're right, it's missing a word there.
Okay, well, you can make that suggestion to the town council as to the waterfront. Okay,
Yeah,
I will also make a note. What do you want to do for the highway commercial? Do you want that same metric?
Yes.
The 50%?
No,
No,
100%.
we'll just, so that one would just get the qualifier of in the waterfront?
Well, if that's the case, if we're gonna allow 100%.
Right.
You should just eliminate number 2 from the.
For the highway commercial?
For highway commercial.
Right.
Not waterfront.
Right. But some of these, when you read them, it says in the waterfront zone, so.
I understand.
If you just add that to that line, then that would solve that.
So, number 2, total ground floor area in waterfront, or for the water zone. Or water zones. HC. Okay, so for mixed-use residential, the performance standards in the highway commercial are 2. Residential units are not permitted on the ground floor. Mixed-use residential structures with 4+ residential units shall be connected to public water and sewer. And that's it.
Yep.
Yep.
And are we making these performance standards or special uses?
Well, that's what I just asked, and everyone seemed to agree that for the highway commercial, mixed use was a performance standard,
Okay,
which would be in line with what you've done with the waterfront zone, right?
right.
All right, so continuing, we get down to the bed and breakfast. And previously, you had a special use permit all the way through, excuse me, the general commercial zone. We have special use, I'm sorry, yes, we have special use criteria already for bed and breakfast. If you wanted to copy those, we can certainly do that. And in your packet that you received tonight, that's at page page 50 at the bottom.
I'm good with leaving them as special use permits and just adopting this criteria.
Okay. Does everyone agree with that?
I agree with that.
Bed and breakfast, special use permit,
Yep.
all the residential zones plus the general commercial?
Yep.
Same special use criteria as the waterfront? Steve?
Yes, sounds good.
Correct. We're going to go back and discuss the form-based code zones later, okay? All right.
Including the village commercial, or are we keeping village commercial?
Village commercial is N on everything.
Stay in.
So the next one that I identified was the satellite receiving antenna, more than 2 meters in diameter, or more than any antenna of any size, whatever that means. These were special use permits in all those zones.
I don't think we got any sample criteria for that or any suggestions for that.
We do not.
But But they're non-permitted,
They used to be special use permits.
right, but now they're non-permitted.
That's what I'm asking, if you want them to be non-permitted or special use permits as they were before in 2023. Right.
I would say non-permitted.
Well, I'd be okay in the industrial zone.
Yeah, I was gonna say in the industrial zone, I don't see why, that could be pertinent to some
Industrial,
company,
okay.
industry.
Right.
I agree with Bill and Tricia, then let's make it okay in the industrial zone.
Does it need a height limit?
The height limit should be considered too.
And I would make it a permitted use rather than a special use permit with standards, with performance standards. And those performance standards should include height, I guess would be the big issue.
Well, it's going to be limited by that anyways, right?
Is it?
But we have height standards.
Does the height standard apply to that, though?
Yes.
It does?
Unless it's a satellite on top of a roof, and then you have some exception for that.
That'd be a 35-foot.
So I think perhaps one point is, would it be allowed on the roof versus sticking it on top of a tower?
Okay.
I'm out of my lane here, clearly, I don't know a lot here, but, I mean, if it's on the roof, then we're covered by
The height.
height,
Right.
existing height standards.
I think it's self-standing too. It's covered by height standards.
Yeah, because signage is covered by height standards if it's a pedestal.
And water, see, the only other thing that sort of reminds me of this is water towers, right? You know, and we have, I forget what the height standard there is, but.
It's whatever it is for the zone. We didn't identify anything specific.
Yeah.
So it'd be limited to 35 feet, and if somebody needed higher, they'd have to get dimensional.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So then I'm okay with that.
The only thing I would suggest to you is that you make it accessory to a primary.
Yes, that's a
Yes.
good point. So
And-
the antenna would be accessory.
Unless you think you're going to
Yes.
have a television station or radio station.
Well, here's the only, well, I mean, the people, I don't know. I thought we were going to try and, the intent was to change the language so that for commercial properties, you could have more than one primary use.
Yes.
So if somebody owns a piece of land in the industrial zone.
Yep.
And they have a metalworking shop, and somebody is willing to come and pay
Yep.
them to put up a satellite that's necessary for
Yep.
some reason, like, why not let them?
That's a good point.
So I just make it a permitted use. There's a height limit of 35 feet. If they need dimensional relief, then they're going to have to ask for it and make a case. But otherwise, like, you know.
So we don't need any performance standards.
I don't think so.
We,
And would these be in boat yards too? Marinas?
Well, we're only talking the industrial part.
Started out there for the antenna piece, just for
Yeah,
discussion.
but we are permitting multiple, well, no, they are not permitted in the waterfront zone by the district use table.
But regular,
Although you
but
allow
regular
multiples.
antennas are.
Correct.
If it's just an antenna,
An accessory antenna
Usually
would
those for
be.
the marinas and what have you.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
the accessory, Chris.
Clear.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. So we're good with that?
So performance standard for,
Nope,
No,
just permitted by
just
right.
just permitted by right?
In the industrial zone only. You good, Steve?
Yes.
Okay. Dick, haven't heard from you tonight. All right. Convalescent rest or nursing home. Previously a special use permit in the R30, 40, 60, used to be 80, so, but 120 zone. And the general commercial zone as well. I believe we have proposed standards for that.
We do.
We do. It's the very first one from Ashley.
Yep.
Standards for review. First of all, how do you feel about special use permit or performance standard for this use?
so where are we allowing that? Because Ashley's table says it is not permitted in any of the districts.
Right. And I went through, and in 2023, it was permitted by special use permit in the R30, 40, 60, 80, and the general commercial zones.
So, I think that, I think this is something that should be required to have public water and public sewer. It should be a special use permit. I think it requires public water and public sewer. If it requires public water and public sewer, then the only options are R30, R40, and R60, because those are the only places where there's at least some portion that has both. So I would take R120 out. And as far as Ashley's criteria, some things that are required by law, I don't think we need to put in the zoning code, because I think it makes the zoning code too long. That's just my personal opinion. So that they have to meet all federal, state, and local requirements, like, that's the law. The copy of the state license should be visible at all times. That's the law already. The last two, I think, I would keep. 3 and 4 I would keep, but I would add a requirement for public water and public sewer.
I agree with that, and I would add a parking plan as well. These are smaller buildings. They're not as large. The convalescent rest and nursing homes are not as large as like Brookdale's kind of Bay Manor. But I think they still would, I think we should require a parking plan. And on number 4, though, Tricia, I don't know what Ashley meant when she said design standards. Was she talking about architectural design standards, or was she making a reference to municipal and state building code requirements? Because we don't have any design standards for
multifamily dwellings?
For multifamily dwellings. So, so I'm not sure, why she put that language in there. I think that that we don't have to specify this, that we will be applying design standards in all commercial areas. So this type of a business, this type of a building would come under design standards. For example, if it were in the waterfront district, and we're going to apply those similar basic architectural design standards to general commercial, highway commercial. So I would take 4 out. Tricia, do you have any problem with that? Because I'm not sure what Ashley was getting at here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I do agree with Stu. I think that there should be a parking plan that includes emergency vehicle access.
Okay, so let me break this down. First of all, do we all agree this use, the convalescent rest or nursing home, has to have public water and sewer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, do we all agree a parking plan is necessary with emergency access identified?
Yes.
All right, do you want that parking plan to be provided to you but signed by an engineer? I would say traffic engineer, but I want to leave it more general.
Sure. Sure.
All right. And in one of these other uses, we have language about a traffic plan. It's my intent to just copy that.
Exactly. Ashley has put that in a number of different categories. You can just.
All right, so then,
And when we approve this whole package tonight, whatever we approve tonight, I think the motion should include giving staff discretion to make any alterations that they see fit, particularly typos.
consistency.
Consistency, give staff discretion, so.
Thank you. All right, so we're good on those, and then we're going to eliminate water standards 1, 2, and 4, because those all deal with
Yeah,
federal, state, local licensing,
which is already required.
and design standards, which are required by your subdivision regulations already.
Yeah.
Do we agree with that?
Yes.
If anyone feels like I'm forcing something down your throats, please speak up and tell me.
You don't. My only other question is, should we make that a special use permit also in the highway commercial? Like,
Well, let's talk about where we want this first, all right? Do we want it in all of the residential zones?
Except 120.
Except 120 where there's no water and sewer. So I think it should go, I think it should go in all of the other residential zones that,
So 30, 40, 60, right?
yes, where you generally have.
All right. Previously, you allowed it in the general commercial. Do you still want it there?
I think it should be in general commercial. It should not be in village commercial. That's way too small.
That's no for everything.
And, but highway commercial is fine with me.
Is that the consensus?
I'm fine with
No issue.
Yeah? Okay. We know where it's going. Do you want it to be permitted with performance standards or special use permit with these criteria?
Special use permit with these criteria. Would you agree, Tricia? Yeah, I think this is one that really should go
That's fine.
with neighbors getting notification and the whole
For
thing.
sure.
They're going to get notification anyway, Stu, because it's going to have to come before the planning board.
Yeah.
Probably as a major land development,
Yeah,
but,
I know.
okay.
But it does give a little more scrutiny and a little more profile to the, to the development.
Okay, retirement, residence, assisted living facility, continuing care facility, previously permitted by special use permit in all of the residential zones plus the general commercial zone. What would you like to do today?
These are bigger facilities. The definition of this would be a bigger facility. It would be like Brookdale, Secundit Bay Manor. So we're talking about a facility that should not probably go in a residential neighborhood. I think it should be restricted to general commercial, highway commercial, industrial.
Are we considering Brookdale the sort of token example here?
Yeah, I think so. Brookdale is private pay, so it's not like, like some of the skilled nursing facilities that we have in Fall River, but they're all about the same size. And some of them involve multiple buildings now, because the new trend in the industry is to get the Alzheimer's, the memory care people into a separate, dedicated, separate building.
And what zone is that in? What zone is?
Residential R.
Is Brookdale in?
Yeah.
Brookdale
It was
is
a
in,
restaurant.
is in R60.
It was a Coachman restaurant converted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that, but I would keep it out of residential, Tricia.
well, I think if it requires public water and public sewer, which I think it should require, then you're really limited in the residential zones where it could go, right? So you're sort of pretty much talking about the few places where there's an intersection of public water and public sewer in a residential zone. That's
There's
not,
not many of
and
those
there's not many of
That
those
may
places.
change though in the future.
Yeah, but we can change zoning in the future.
Yeah.
The existing non-conforming, we have still, I can name 3 of them. But, these group homes might be considered,
All right,
No,
so,
group homes are different.
well, yeah, I know they're different, but some of them more.
What we're talking about now are big facilities.
understand.
Okay.
I assume it's a special use permit based on the fact that you did special use permit for convalescent rest and nursing homes,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. It's a special use permit.
Okay.
And again, I think it's general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial.
All right,
Give them the flexibility to go into an industrial zone.
so let's start there. Do we all agree, general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial at least?
I would agree with that.
Bill?
With a special use permit, and so we need specific criteria, and Ashley has provided us with some.
Hold on, Stu, just let me make sure. What about the residential zones, 30, 40, 60?
Well, the lead is public water, public sewer. That's gonna naturally limit it to 30,
30,
40,
60.
60.
You have size.
I don't know if the size is conducive. Do we have size? I don't know if the size would be conducive to a 30.
Well, you have natural parameters already based on lot coverage.
Yeah, okay.
So, so you tell me, your town, 30, 40, 60, 120? It was previously a special use permit there, so.
It would have to be 30, 40, 60.
So, and now that I'm looking at this, because I just pulled up the zoning map, which will help. I think we should take 30 out.
Yep.
And I think we should also take 30 out of the one above, convalescent arrest, because when I'm looking at this, right, there is no place in our 30 that isn't in the middle of a residential neighborhood, if that makes any sense. So I think we should actually take R30 out of convalescent rest and nursing home and take it out of retirement and assisted living facility. If you guys want to, if the consensus is to also take that out of retirement thing for R40 and R60, and then, you know, that's up to the board. But when I look at the map, I realize the R30 for either one of them isn't going to work, really.
Okay.
I would agree, taking both of those health facilities, residential health facilities out of R30. I don't have, but I think the bigger one, which is the
Retirement residence?
which is, yes, exactly. I think that does not belong in any of the
All
residential.
right, let me do it like
districts.
this. How do we feel about R30 for the retirement residence? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
R40 for the retirement residence, yes or no?
Just
No.
I'm a yes, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's the consensus of the board. I think it could probably fit there, but where are we?
I
don't
think
know.
we have two.
I mean, the
two,
only
four.
reason I'm saying that is, the only area, the only place where there's a confluence of that is pretty much Susan and Fish Road, right? So, would I rather see that than see it developed as a whole bunch of houses? Yeah, but, you know, that's my only reasoning why.
What's Northborough, that 51, you know what that's zoned? That 51 unit that was approved on Main Road, 1000 Main?
I think that's R40.
That's R40?
I believe it is.
Yeah.
It's also for sale.
Is the consensus no in the R40 then? Yes?
Seems like for me, I would say no.
Okay, Steve?
I'll say no.
All right. What about the R60 for the retirement residence?
I would say yes to that.
I would say yes to that.
Yes.
Trish is a yes. Rose? Dick?
Yes.
All right. Special use permit in the R60. R120 is no. Now we'll step back for 1 second. The convalescent rest or nursing home, R30. Do you want that changed to a no from the special use? No. Bill?
Yes, we want it changed to a no.
Thank you for the English.
Follow what we just did. Yes.
So it is.
Okay. The criteria that Ashley has presented for the retirement residence, I've already added public water and sewer, so we can, what about the other 5 that she's proposed?
I didn't have any problem with those, but I think that we also need to add the parking plan because there's a lot of, Secana Bay Manor, for example, generates a huge amount of traffic. And a lot of that, is emergency vehicles going in. I go by that every day.
Okay.
So I would definitely add a stamped, signed parking plan.
Do we all agree with the parking plan to be added as criteria?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I have one question about number 5. So, at these places, often there's like a sort of pretty independent living thing where you have your own apartment and whatever else. But then there's another level of care where it's more like a nursing home kind of thing, right? And this doesn't seem to indicate that, and that there's that sort of structure in there. It says provide individual residential units consisting either of a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms with services to include but not limited to 3 meals a day, housekeeping 24, blah, 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 blah. Then it says individual units shall not have less than 400 square feet of living space, which is fine, and shall be equipped with bathroom, but shall not have exterior entrances. But the thing I'm a little worried about is, nor shall they have a full kitchen, but may have a hospitality station consisting of a refrigerator, microwave oven, and/or properly installed 2-burner cooktop, which is basically a kitchen. The only thing they're not getting is the oven, but they could buy a Quebec. Plus, a lot of these units do actually have a kitchen because people can cook. So there needs to be language that allows for the next level of care, which is the sort of more like nursing home room, right? When you can't stay in your apartment anymore. And I don't know if this language allows that. And I also think we should strike the part about the kitchen thing.
I think we should strike the whole thing, because I don't think that we need to even get into those issues. These are big, well-funded, sophisticated facilities where, and in the industry now, they have 3 levels. One, independent, basically independent living, where you've got a little, you've got your own apartment and you've got your own car and you come and go as you please. The second level is more like a nursing care, where you get a lot of assistance, where somebody goes in to make sure you've taken your daily pills, to help you take a shower, to help you get dressed. And then the third level is the memory care, where, you know, and that is how that industry is structured. These facilities are very, very expensive and very sophisticated. And I don't think we need to get into telling them what kind of stove they have to
Well,
have.
we also have a definition already for retirement residence, assisted living, continuing care facility.
Yeah.
So
So I would
Let's-
get rid of that whole damn thing. I mean, that whole, you
Take
know,
5 out.
Yeah, it's like, you know,
You're saying number 5 from the
exactly,
standards of review. that
exactly. The rest of it is fine with me, but we're also adding sewer and water and a parking plan.
how do you feel, Bill?
I'm fine with that as long as we have that definition, right?
Let me
Like,
put up a definition for you.
We did, we struggled with that definition. I think we've got a good one.
Because
we
what I
wanted to
don't
make
wanna
a
have happen
distinction
is-
between
is-
the group home, you know, that we have on Main Road in Tiverton, you know, that group home that we have for people who have learning disabilities. It's a big old Victorian house, historic Victorian house. That and Secana Bay Manor, they're 2 different critters altogether. They're very different animals. And we struggled with coming up with the right definition.
yeah, I just don't want us having a definition that says X and then some sort of standard that
Doesn't
could
work for
contradict
it.
it.
Exactly.
Or-
No, I think we've got it right, Bill. Yep.
We have a very lengthy definition.
Yeah, it's already in there. Look at E.
Correct. That's exactly the same thing. yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I just take out 5.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, the standards look to be similar, if not exact, to the definition. So why the hell are we gonna repeat it? You know?
Yeah, we're not. We're taking that out. We're taking number 5 out.
Well, Bill's point is they all
They all match. I mean, I haven't done word for word here, but
Yeah. With those in the definition, you could only get an exception from that by a use variance.
I mean, maybe there is a valid reason to have them be verbatim.
I don't know of one, frankly.
Okay.
I would just make this the criteria and shorten the definition to something that isn't quite so.
Those are the definitions going to the town council. So I don't want to confuse them anymore, or us.
Okay.
If you want all those to be the conditions, then we can I suppose we can strike it at the hearing before the town council.
What do you think is the easiest thing to do?
The other thing I would say is that if you make these special use criteria, you cannot get an exception or a variance from them. Whereas if they are in the definition, you could at least ask for a use variance. And if you have real concerns about the kitchen aspect, for example,
Well, I have real concerns about number five.
which is letter
Which is
E
E here.
in the definition.
Yeah. Well, I would strike number 5, and then at the very least, the criteria has to be public water and public sewer, and a parking plan, including access for emergency vehicles.
And I agree with that.
Now, can you realistically build the type of facility we're talking about on an acre and a half?
There is a serious surplus of beds in the private care, private pay facilities such as Brookdale. And no one is building these anywhere in the Northeast right now. So I mean, I don't, as a practical matter, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, the companies that actually own the real estate are struggling right now, I can tell you.
Okay. But to move us forward, we need to be able to we need to solve for any potential edits to the definition, because this is going in front of the council, and decide if we are going to have that special and specific and objective criteria, then we need to add those two things to it.
Right. I mean, the thing about the definition that I'm okay with is most of it says may. It doesn't say shall, it says may. So it's pretty inclusive. So if the simplest thing to do is to keep the definition except to strike E out of it, and then just add as special use criteria, public water and public sewer, and a parking plan and emergency vehicle access, then if that's the simplest way to do it, that's what I would do. If it's not the simplest way to do it, Todd, then you gotta tell us.
I suppose that's the easiest way to do it. And what you're asking me to do is, when the town council has its hearing on October 15th, to have them strike E from the definition.
But Tricia, let's leave E in so Todd doesn't have to do that, because the more you confuse town council, the more they're likely to just lock down and not pass this thing. E says may, so that's not going to cause any problems for anybody.
But it says
It
shall.
Well,
Individual
have.
units shall have, shall be equipped,
shall
shall,
not.
you know, nor shall they have a full kitchen. It like, I mean, I don't think if you say to the council that, you know, I mean, I think they'll be okay with that. It's not that complicated.
well,
You can also fix it 3 months from now.
I know, but.
Well, we're not going to have an application in 3 months.
I need to know what you want to
We're not
do.
gonna have an application in 3
all right,
years.
well, shall we vote then, so we'll decide, how does everybody want to handle this?
Do you want, all right. First of all, special use criteria, we're going to strike 1 through 5 and just have public water and sewer and a parking plan, correct?
With emergency vehicle access, yes.
Yes,
Yes. Is that, we agree on that?
yes.
We agree on the zones it's going to be in. Now, the remaining question is, do you want me to suggest to the town council on October 15th, or whenever its hearing is, to strike subsection E from this definition?
No.
Just leave it alone.
I would say no.
Dick?
I'm only yes, probably, but that's okay.
Yeah, I would strike it, because I think a lot of that is so detailed.
Okay.
You're gonna run into, up against the state requirements.
Yeah, but.
I mean, they get involved so much like
Right, you're right. Dave.
daycares and nursery schools and
You're-
these homes.
You're right, but we will have an opportunity to clean this up later, and in the meantime, I can guarantee you there will be no applications.
Yeah.
No one's building another Brookdale in the town of Tiverton, probably in my lifetime. So we can clean this up in the future. Meanwhile, we haven't created an issue where people on town council are gonna get a little confused, so
I mean-
let sleeping dogs lie, okay?
Well, let's ask Jay. Jay, Edwards, you're here, like,
Well, so you're striking all 5 of these?
no.
From the criteria for a special use permit only, but they're still in the definition, so they still have to be met.
Okay, so for example, consists of one primary structure, housing, yada,
Yes.
yada, yada,
That stays.
with integral facilities.
Yep, that would stay.
So,
The only one we're talking about suggesting striking is the last one.
From the
Says
definition.
provide individual residential units, blah, blah, blah. That's the one we're considering, recommending that the council strike.
okay, so I guess where I was going with this is, the one we have in town, they have an application in to do a memory center, and it's gonna be a separate building.
Yep.
Yeah, we've
That would
be
actually,
okay.
we've actually approved it, but they're not gonna go forward with it.
Yeah, but
They've decided
that
not.
would be an allowed thing to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
No, I don't think there'd be any confusion.
Okay. Just,
let's vote.
we gotta move on. What do you want me to do
However, I've been
With-
wrong before.
with changing the definition? Yes or no?
No,
Steve?
No.
Stu is no, yes? Dick?
Yes, yes.
Rosemary? Yes, change the definition. Chris?
Leave it alone. Don't change it. Yes.
1, 2.
yes is one.
So I will ask the town council to change the definition.
Just striking E.
Oh, no, it was the, it was the yeses. So just to be clear, Todd, we're
Yep.
getting rid of the standards, adding parking, emergency access plan, public water, public sewer.
I'll go over it in 1 second. Okay. So, retirement residence, as to where it's permitted. No in the R30, no in the R40, special use in the R60, no in the R120, no in VC, special use in general commercial, special use in highway commercial, no in each of the waterfront zones, special use in the industrial zone, no in the open space. All agree?
Yes,
The criteria for the special use
Yes.
permit will only be public water and sewer, parking plan, engineer, emergency access.
yes.
Agreed? Okay. Anything else we need to discuss about retirement homes?
No,
Manufactured home elderly community was a special use permit in the highway commercial zone previously. We do not have any criteria for that. Do you want that to be permitted? Special use?
Isn't that a whole special thing in the zoning code?
It is.
It's an overlay district, and it's got a very specific definition.
Okay.
I think we can leave it alone.
I think we leave it alone.
As a no in the highway,
No as
highway
an-
commercial?
No as an S. Go back to an S, and then the criteria is all in the zoning code already, right?
Well, then it's permitted.
No, but.
See that section, see Article 4, Section 16.
Yeah, but it has to meet all that criteria in order to be permitted, so that, isn't that the criteria for the special use permit?
I would not call that criteria for a special use permit.
Would you call it performance standards?
I think so.
Okay. Then make it a P with the performance standards.
Yeah, I agree with that. But where are we permitting it? What zones are we permitting it? Highway commercial?
Presently, it's permitted in the R30, the R60, and that's it. It was a special use previously in the highway commercial.
Oh, I'm not sure we would want it in R30 and R40.
R60.
Is everybody familiar with Hearst Lane, the community called Country View? That is the only one we have in town. And that is a modular, prefabricated metal building that is put on a slab of cement. I would permit that in highway commercial, but I would not permit it in any other zone in the town of Tiverton. Even with a special use permit, I don't want it next to my house, and I'm in an R30 district. Now, I'm not saying anything about Country View. I think actually Country View is a kind of a nice community, but you could have a pretty, not such a nice manufactured home community
Okay.
in the town of Tiverton.
Let me do this first then. As for the highway commercial zone, do we want to permit that there?
I would say yes, because
Okay.
that's a very, with a special use permit.
No, it's the standards that are already in Article 4,
Oh, yes,
Section
okay,
16.
That's right, so it would be flat out permitted, but it would have performance standards.
Correct.
And those performance standards would be defined in Article 4, Section 16.
Correct.
That's fine, that would be fine with me, but that's the only place in town I'd allow it. Does anybody disagree with that?
Tricia?
No, but the one question I have about that, and I don't know if you can do this or not, but the Country View is very nice, but those poor people have a terrible time all the time, because while they own their units, they don't own the land that it's on. It's owned by a corporation that doesn't do maintenance, doesn't take care of the stormwater, doesn't fix stuff, doesn't, and they're kind of really.
The swimming pool has been closed,
Yeah,
there's a leak in the
That's
roof.
out of this discussion, but they
What?
did
Yeah.
complain to the town council.
Right.
Jay, didn't you participate in getting that?
Oh, they've.
I am heavily involved in country.
This has been going on for forever, but in our zoning, could we require that the units be on individual lots are owned by the homeowners association? No?
No.
Not on leased land, it's really a trail.
No, I know, what I'm saying is that if you said you couldn't do it on leased land, then.
That's changing all of Article 4,
Okay,
Section
never mind.
16.
Never mind.
That's too ambitious.
Okay, never mind.
Thank you, Tricia, for
Okay.
trying to solve a problem, but it may be a little too ambitious tonight.
R30, are we leaving it as a permitted use in the R30 zone?
No.
Dick? No? Steve?
No.
Trish?
No.
Bill? No? And what about the R60 zone? Permitted or not?
Not permitted.
Does everyone agree? I'll call on names if I have to.
No.
Okay. What do you think, Bill?
No, I'm willing to go
So this will only be permitted in highway commercial. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Yes. Where else would it go? Where would it fit?
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's drive on, folks. Accessory building, including garage, shed, studio, any other building incidental to and located on the same lot as residential use. Now, it was a special use permit. Where was that? In the VC, that's now a no, right?
For now, yeah.
You sure you want that, Trish?
What?
A no as to an accessory garage, shed?
In the VC,
Uh,
There's no room for it.
there's no room for it in
There's
VC.
no room.
You,
and
you
one-
don't want to open that can of worms in the VC. The VC
If I have a house, I
district,
can't have a shed for my
it's
tractor?
tiny.
No.
There's no.
It is, the VC district is tiny and it is fully built out.
And the other thing is.
And it's historic. And we don't want people putting junk
The,
up.
the big issue there with, for right now, and this is part of the watershed thing, is that, you know, there's a 10% impervious lot coverage limit in the watershed, and that district has gone so far over the impervious coverage limit, and they just keep making more impervious cover. And the problem is, there's no stormwater management there, so in big rainstorms, all that stuff just runs straight down Neck Road. You can watch it come right down Neck Road and into Nonsuit Pond.
We actually
Okay.
have a study, Todd, that
Okay.
shows that,
Nope.
that the major contributor to pollution in Nonquit Pond is the village commercial, basically.
So we need to sort the whole watershed thing out
Yeah,
first.
before we do anything in village commercial.
Yeah, and they don't really have any room for these sheds. Most of them are like, they wouldn't give up the parking
Okay.
spaces at this point.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not moving to village commercial anytime soon.
Okay.
Commercial raising of crops, including associated greenhouse or nursery, was a special use permit in the industrial and open space zones previously. What do you want to do?
I don't care if somebody wants to grow plants in the industrial zone. If you want to grow, like, you know, tomatoes in the back, why do I care?
I don't
Does
know.
that, I forget, does that constitute indoor and/or outdoor commercial raising of crops?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
showers.
Yes to, it,
You could do that, indoor or outdoor. Because it says including greenhouse.
Associated greenhouse or nursery.
okay.
So-
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Are we talking
There's-
about permitted in the industrial zone?
I would say permitted.
Chris?
Absolutely,
Okay. What about the open space zone? Permitted or not?
permitted.
I would say it's permitted, but, I would say it's permitted, but subject to any conservation easements.
Exactly, and almost all of the open space does have conservation easements that are very detailed and very specific. But and that would take precedence over this use table.
Okay, hold on now. Because I missed it. You said yes, permitted for the open space? Okay. What was your limitation?
Subject to it's subject to being in conformance with any conservation easements or other
Deed restrictions.
deed restrictions.
Well, that would have to be, we don't even have to state that.
I think you
Wouldn't
should
that
state
just be a
anything you
special,
want.
would that need to be a special use permit then? Not just permitted?
No, permitted, just permitted.
Well, Ashley did propose 3 criteria for this use. It's on page 2 at the very top. Plant agriculture shall be limited to cultivation of herbs, flowers, fruits, flowers, vegetables, etc.
Which one is this one? Oh,
This
yeah.
is top of page 2
of draft standards for review.
So I went through those, and I don't have a problem with most of one. I don't think it should say, I would take out, it may also include community gathering spaces for active or passive recreation, but playground equipment is prohibited. I don't think we want to say that.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Standard number 1 that Ashley has proposed, do we all agree to strike that? Do I need to put it up for you?
Yes,
Yes, please put it
Number 1, plant agriculture.
Everybody agrees to strike the last sentence in number 1.
Hold on, let Chris read.
Can I ask a technical question?
Yes.
And I don't know the answer to this. Does hay count as an herb, fruit, flower, or vegetable?
I was wondering
I'm
about...
a country boy, but I don't know that answer.
I was wondering about grain,
So
and
is
why
it saying
grain is not...
playground equipment would be there or isn't there?
Prohibited.
Prohibited. So why would we strike it? We do want it there or we don't want it there?
It's commercial raising of crops, including associated greenhouse or nursery.
Well, it's an agricultural commodity. So it says, and harvesting of any agricultural, floricultural, or horticultural commodity. Hay and grain would be a horticultural.
All right, so Sue's comment is going to Tricia's question about hay.
Right.
I can interpret it like that as well. Does that satisfy you? Chris's question is, why are we taking away the playground equipment?
Or why are we striking just active or passive recreation? I guess. What's the example? I'm just looking for a.
I'm only saying that because if we're going to allow commercial farms, which fall under this, or farms in the Farm Forest and Open Space Program, then we need to think at a future time from this, like when we get to the whole farming and raising of animals and all that kind of stuff, what sort of accessory activities we would like to allow farms to have. And that's a whole bigger question, right? Than, because DEM lets anybody be a farm these days. You don't have to have 5 acres. So do we really want somebody who's got a 3-acre farm in the middle of the neighborhood running
Corn maze.
Hay rides.
corn mazes, hay rides, everything every weekend, and the neighbors are like, what is this? Because we're not talking about somebody doing it on 20 acres, you're talking about somebody doing it on 2.5 acres. So that's at some point, not now, one of the things that zoning has to take up is the whole like animal thing, like, horses, goats in your front yard, how many chickens you should be able to.
Okay, so very simply, if you want, Chris seems to want, and Bill too, the community gathering spaces for active passive recreation, you can limit that to specific zones.
I'm okay with striking that, now that we've talked that through.
Strike it.
Is that the consensus?
Liability.
Chris?
I'm good with striking it after we talked it through a little bit.
Okay.
Strike
Steve?
it.
Strike it.
Hay and silage would be included in Stu's question, I think.
Okay. The next standard is greenhouses or nurseries, including high tunnels, hoop houses, cold frames, and similar structures are permitted to extend the growing season.
Spell nursery, right?
Okay, I will circle that.
But this is already included in F. Accessory building including garage, greenhouse, stable, barn, pen, coop, kennel, crib,
That's
silo.
accessory. This would be primary.
No, but this is, or building equipment, activity incidental to, necessary for, and located on the same lot as the agricultural use permitted. So, it's already there. And the other thing is, I worry about the extended growing season, because we have farmers who have those hoop things, and they're up all year long, they're up, they're not temporary, they're up all year long. I think if you've got a farm and you have those structures, I think it's all covered under the existing F, and then those things are
No,
all
because
stuff-
F is just, is a nursery accessory to some other agricultural use. Here in A,
It's the
you're talking
primary.
about the primary use being the commercial raising of crops.
And if it's the commercial raising of crops, you're gonna wanna try to extend your season as much as possible to keep production going.
Right.
I mean, I look at some of the smaller farms down by me, right? They have hoop houses, right? They're offering winter CSAs to the extent that they can.
Yeah, but I thought, I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, but the way that we have always interpreted this right here is that if you have A, if you're growing something and you're selling it, if you have A, then you are automatically eligible for F, because those are automatically the accessories that go with.
But there are other things in F that could be accessory to the commercial raising of crops.
Tree farms and stuff, I mean, Christmas trees.
What are the 3 stars on the,
Those are stricken. And it was a reference to Article 4, Section 14, which is accessory use. The stars were stricken and it was put into the notes, see Article 4, Section 14.
okay, well, I'll defer to the lawyer, because if you think that that is, that we need to do both. In that case, greenhouses, coal frames, similar structures are permitted. I don't know what gazebos and pergolas have to do with commercial farming, but.
Probably nothing, other than to look nice, but I don't think the sentence is needed, frankly.
I don't see why we don't allow playground. You know, one of the whole reasons that you moved to Tiverton is a great place to raise your kids. And if you're
We're talking
gonna
about-
have
but Dick, it's-
if you're gonna have community activities,
That whole sentence was stricken, and we're
Oh,
talking
okay.
about commercial farms, commercial raising of crops.
right, understand. But if we allow gatherings,
We're not. This, the entire sentence was
Oh, okay.
struck.
got it.
I'm with you otherwise.
So I would say for number 2, keep the first sentence. You could strike the second sentence, though I think it's neither
A covered
here
by
nor
Section
there.
F,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right.
Okay?
So we are getting rid of the second sentence.
Yes.
Strike the second.
How about 3?
I think that 3 needs to go. Because I think we really do need to think about the chickens thing. Not that people can't have chickens, but, you know, if you're on a quarter of an acre, maybe you shouldn't have 35 chickens and roosters. Just saying. Fish, I didn't think we wanted to get into the fish growing business. And bees are animals, right? They're not crops. We could add something about bees to the animal part, but I wouldn't put it in here. And I don't know enough about growing bees as to whether or not, like, should you have certain setbacks from residential uses if you're gonna grow bees?
Some towns do.
I don't,
Some towns don't even allow.
say that again, Ed?
Some towns don't even allow in residential areas. I know that from where I live.
Yeah, I think we should take out 3.
Just take it out. Take out the last sentence of 2 and all of 3.
There's one in Hardin Gray, which is even.
No, I know, there's a few of them around,
Okay.
but most of the ones I know of are on big acreage, far away from anybody, and they have big signs that say, you know,
But it should be addressed. If we're gonna do it, it should be addressed in the one pertaining to animals,
Animals,
and not
yes.
just straight up crops.
right.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw a wrench in this, but what about Sharpners? You're permitting commercial raising of farms, or of crops rather, in every zone except waterfront. What's that, Rose?
And village commercial.
And village commercial, I will fix that, yes.
But why not?
I don't have a problem with that.
I just want to make sure you're comfortable with the Sharpners structure in the R30 zone.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
I think we want to be agricultural friendly.
I mean, if somebody wants to grow dahlias in their backyard and have them in a stand, like, why not? You know?
Maybe I should define what I mean by Shartners. Shartners is the hydroponic growing facility,
Right, okay.
acres
so-
large, I think.
So maybe then there's.
Not that I'm opposed to it, I know Mr. Brooks' firm represents
Well,
them.
Then maybe there's, I don't know. Well, but here's the thing, the zone itself has setbacks and height requirements and lot coverage and all that other stuff. And there aren't that many big parcels, but just let's for say, supposing the Hicks Farm parcel, right? That's a big parcel. If somebody wants to turn that into a big farm, it's okay. I don't think that anybody's gonna try, you can't make Shartners on a half an acre.
I just want to make sure you're thinking about it.
The right to farm act, they'll say. I can have it because of the right to farm act.
I just want to make sure you're thinking about it, that's all. All right?
I mean, it's been a permitted use for all.
I agree. Okay. The standards, performance standards for a commercial raising of crops now is limited to number 1 without the last sentence and number 2 without the last sentence. Do we agree?
Correct.
All right. And we're still permitting this in all zones except village commercial and waterfront. Is that correct? Permitted by right.
Yeah.
Okay. You good, Ed?
Industrial,
Industrial's permitted.
Oh, so it's not permitted in village?
Nothing's permitted in the village commercial
Yep.
unless you're already there. Okay. Commercial raising of animals or fowl. So as you see previously it was permitted by special use permit, R40, 60, R80, the general commercial and the industrial zones. What would you like to do today for commercial raising of animals? And we don't have any standards for that.
I think this is a thing, we really do have to take this up. In the, not 2 years from now, it won't be in the next 3 months, but I think that the whole animal thing, we leave as no's until we sort it out. And because we need to have regulations that are gonna work. You know, we've had incidents where people on very small lots have a whole bunch of farm animals, and then they've got rats, and that's a problem in the neighborhood. And then we've got, you know, goats in the front yard and you know, other
Okay.
things. So there should be, this is my opinion, there should be some set of guidelines for keeping, for every zone, whatever, that, you know, what's a reasonable number of chickens or farm animals that you can have on a smaller lot versus what, and if you're gonna do it commercially, you're raising things to sell or to eat, then that's different. And we've just not done a very good job of that, and I think the whole thing needs a like complete soup to nuts
Okay?
thing. That's my
I
opinion.
forgot to add that previously the ordinance provided that it was permitted by right on parcels 5 acres or greater. So, given that, do you want to say no everywhere? Do you want to have performance standards, I guess, of 5+ acres in the R40, 60, and 120? Which would be consistent with what you had previously?
I think you should go with what you had previously.
Well, previously it was a special use permit under 5 acres in those 3 zones, permitted by right if it's 5 acres or greater.
special use 500.
5 acres or greater.
Performance, what, permitted by right?
No, special use permit.
I don't have any criteria for it.
Oh,
Yeah, then we're starting from scratch and then we're into
sorry.
the bigger,
I agree with Tricia. I think it should just be "and" in all zones until we can figure out what to do with it, to make sure that we get it right, because animal agriculture is,
Steve?
I don't know what to say here.
We want to be farmer friendly and agricultural friendly, but
If we're gonna do that, Stu, I would encourage us to set a timetable for ourselves to pick this back up so that it just doesn't slide to the background and we never get to it. Because I do think it's important to tackle, for a variety of reasons. But, I mean, I would support a temporary no here and put a timetable, like, maybe it's early in the new year or whenever.
All right, so,
I agree with Bill.
You think the council will balk at that, or even be concerned about it?
Well, the ones that are here are pre-existing, so it's not gonna change anybody's operation who's doing anything. I'd like to think that the council has had enough animal complaints that they might not mind if we took a real stab at coming up with some sort of fair formula that was agricultural friendly to everybody, but didn't generate nuisances.
the explanation, Steve, is going to be that we did everything we could within the time frame of November 30th. We know we have to make improvements and reevaluate some of the uses.
Yeah. All right, let's make a nose all across.
I know the two of you, Dick?
Yeah, I think we should do that.
No.
These things can get out of hand. At one time, you were only allowed 12 squirrels on your property in Tiverton, as well as it went into how much for a horse.
I wish I only had
a
12
cow.
squirrels now.
But
And rabbits, I
that
hope.
was an actual thing that said,
Hey,
hey,
if
you were.
you want to come catch mine and the rabbits, you're welcome, Dick. Rosemary?
I'm with them.
No,
Chris? Bill? All right. Given that, I'm going to strike the note about, just so nobody's confused about greater than 5 acres, strike the asterisk as well, okay?
Yep.
I think I know you're wrapping that up, but whenever we do get to it, we should probably talk about C as well. Feels like it's the
Yeah,
first cousin
it's
of.
all in the same
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to leave C, the commercial kennels, as a no across the board. That is a new use.
I would say keep it no until we can tackle it holistically.
Okay.
Agree.
Okay, we're getting there, guys. What do we have here? Accessory building structure to be used for the display and sale of agricultural products produced by the uses allowed herein on said land. Convoluted, but previously you allowed that by special use permit in the open space zone. What would you like to do today? Permitted, performance standards, and we have some standards from Ashley on this.
Is that like a roadside stand or something
Yeah.
like that? Is that what you're referring to?
I think it should be a permitted use with performance standards in all of the zones that it was previously allowed in under a special use permit. So,
Well, the only place a special permit was required was the open space.
right.
But you can make these standards for every zone where it's permitted by right.
So, actually, I think that it should, in my opinion, permitted by right everywhere, but I like some of Ashley's performance criteria here. One, sale of products is restricted to only those grown on the property, or, and I would add to that, or adjacent property under the same ownership, because there are some farmers that have multiple parcels. So, so that they can do that. I like the no resale permitted,
Hold on for 1 second, Trish.
sorry.
I understand your point about adjacent properties. What if it's a property across the street, though?
They rent the properties like next door to me, goes rents down in that.
Oh, how do you word that then?
Properties in
Yeah.
common ownership.
Sure.
Yes.
That may open you up, though, to them farming multiple properties and bringing it all to one
I
to
don't see a
sell.
problem with that.
I think that's okay.
I think that's okay.
That'd be the same exact I did.
I don't care, but
Yeah, I think the reality is that a lot of, you know, especially new farm, like they're trying to like, they're cobbling together
Right.
parcel here, parcel there. It's not contiguous whatsoever. You
Exactly.
gotta roll with what you can get
Yeah.
your hands on.
Yeah, so I would be careful about adjacent property. I would just say,
Common ownership, do we
ownership.
agree on that?
So,
Common ownership, they rent from, you know, the man doesn't have enough acres
Yeah.
of his own, so he
Yeah.
rents a lot down the road and makes income for the other man. I don't know how you address
And
that.
that's a standard co-op thing.
No, no.
No, I know what Rosemary's saying.
No, down Neck Road.
Yeah.
You know,
Or otherwise
what
owned
about,
or leased, otherwise owned or leased.
You can't have product trucked in too, is that what number one means too? They can't be selling.
Those grown on the property, correct.
yeah.
Owned or leased, Rosemary?
Owned slash leased. Same thing with their silage, they rent the lots for the cows.
the no resale permitted, I think is important, because we've had people buy stuff at Andrew's Fruit and then put out a stand and sell, resell.
That's fine, I don't know how you can do that if it can only be sold on property you,
Oh,
Right.
well.
It's enforcement.
It's fine.
But I think that that's a point, right,
Yeah.
that, you know, that you can't do that.
okay?
The accessory structure is limited to 350 square feet. Aren't we talking here about farm stands?
Yes.
Because a farm stand is different. If it's an accessory structure, then you're gonna run into the whole thing that you can't have an accessory structure in the front yard, yada, yada, yada. I mean, we let people put up farm stands, like, you know, because that's how these guys sell stuff. I mean, I don't, yeah, I don't wanna, like, make that so complicated.
let's just strike 2 altogether then.
Well, 2 is only as to size. If what your concern is that you want to be able to do it in the front yard, we can just say permitted in the front yard.
Okay.
Is that your concern?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't have a problem with somebody having a farm stand in the front yard. I'm not sure I'd want to see somebody build a building, a permanent structure in the front yard.
Temporary.
Okay, well, number 4 talks about farm stands specifically, and we can say in that sentence, allowed in the front yard.
Yes, although, yes,
Accessory.
but I don't think we can say that you have to move them, because farmers don't move their farm stands.
Yeah, yeah.
That's-
Agreed.
That's
Nor
too,
do they take them apart.
yeah, that's too much work.
Okay,
You
so
just leave them.
do you want to permit only 1 farm stand per lot?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
that's a great idea.
All right, so we'll strike the first sentence. Only 1 farm stand is permitted on lot and is permitted,
In the front.
I'm just gonna say all yards, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Now, how would the strawberry stand on Fish Road uh, survive under this? I mean, could you do that?
Sure, sure. That would be, I'm
I would
familiar with
consider
that.
Do they
stand.
grow the strawberries on the property?
They do.
No, they don't grow them on the property, they
Okay.
bring them in.
Let's stop for 1 second rather than the hypothetical. A farm stand, is that different than an accessory structure?
I think it is.
And I think I need to
Yeah.
specify that if so,
I think
yes?
we're talking about a farm stand here.
Are you allowed a farm stand and an accessory structure?
I think you're allowed to farm, I think this is a farm stand. I think an accessory structure otherwise would fall under the accessory structure rules, not this. This is,
No, a farm stand would be an accessory.
well, but we're
Structure.
making it a separate, special accessory.
That's why I'm asking if
Yeah.
it's different. All right.
I think it is different than somebody building a 350-foot quote-unquote storefront.
Is there a size limit on the farm stand?
I wouldn't.
There should be.
Yes, no?
I think practically speaking, I mean, I've never seen a farm stand that was so egregious.
I don't, they're not very, they're usually.
I mean, it's highly utilitarian.
Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that.
Okay. So I will include a line that a farm stand is not an accessory structure. Oh, shoot, I just have
It's a
it.
shed.
I think the one thing about the farm stand, and I don't know how you put this, in the building code world, there's a difference between a structure that's on a permanent foundation versus a structure that's on
On a
a,
slab or a foundation.
Or blocks or
on blocks or
skids.
something.
If it's
That should-
movable.
Yeah, that should be a requirement of the farm stand, not that it's built with a foundation and a permanent structure. So maybe you call it, I
An
think,
accessory structure isn't necessarily a permanent structure. My shed doesn't have a foundation. It's on gravel.
then it's a temporary structure. Mine's,
Oh.
your shed doesn't have one either. But there's a
It's an accessory
difference-
structure, though.
What?
It's an accessory structure for zoning purposes.
It's a zoning person.
I'm telling you, an accessory structure, a shed is an accessory structure for zoning purposes. We cannot confuse building standards with it.
Okay.
All right, so I will include, farm stand is not an accessory structure. Farm stand may be in addition to an accessory structure. Do we agree? Okay. And we're permitting this, right. It's permitted in all yards. It's permitted by right with these performance standards everywhere except the village commercial. Is that, and except for the waterfront zones. Is that agreed?
Yes.
So you can't have farm stands in village commercial.
What's that, Sue?
You can't have farm stands in village commercial.
No.
That was the edict I was told.
We don't want.
Nothing
to-
in village commercial.
We can't have that in village commercial. You can't have people stopping on Main Road for a farm stand.
Down there.
The watershed area too.
Okay, we need to keep going. So F, accessory building, including a garage, greenhouse, stable, barn, pen, coop, kennel, crib, silo, any other building equipment, activity incidental to necessary for located on the same lot as the agricultural use. That was a special use permit in the open space zone previously. Do you want that permitted? Do you want that not permitted?
I would permit it in open space without any performance standards, because the open space lots all have all kinds of deed restrictions.
Okay.
Is the language for the other things in open space, is there a performance standard that refers to to anything or no? I can't remember now.
What do you mean?
When we
get to the
said
recreational
commercial
section?
raising of crops is now allowed in open space, did we have a performance standard for that? Or it's just permitted?
The commercial raising of crops, we have performance standards of limited to cultivation of herbs, fruits, flowers,
Yeah.
and greenhouses, nurseries are permitted to extend the growing season.
Okay. There
Okay.
isn't a performance standard though that says anything about the deed restrictions or yada yada, anything like that?
You don't have to
No.
use the deed restrictions overrule
Right.
zoning.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
Well, good with what? Are we permitting it in the open space?
We are, yes.
Steve?
Yes,
Without-
permitted.
It is permitted without any restrictions whatsoever.
Dick?
Yep.
Because the owners will restrict it. You know, think of Pardon Gray, you know.
Frankly, you can't have an accessory without a primary. And you probably can't have any primary structures in the open space zone, right? I'm just talking practicality here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's the matter, Bill?
No, I'm just trying to think of examples that could,
Defeat me?
it could put a chink in that armor. If
You can't have an accessory without a primary.
I totally understand that. I'm trying to think of open space. Where we have.
The new
Yeah,
property
that's
they
fine.
have on Main Road that they have, that has the existing garage building in front of it, you know what I'm talking about?
I'll give you an example, an
Yes,
educational
yes.
center.
Yeah.
You're
That's
talking
open
about
space,
Pocasset Ridge.
Right, that's open space.
That's open
But
space.
that
and-
has that building there.
That was there, but that was there.
I know.
Yeah, and it was
This
there.
should be a simple one.
Okay.
Are we permitting accessory uses in these accessory uses in the open space?
Yes.
Yes.
Rosemary? Steve, you said yes earlier?
Said yes.
Permitted. No standards. Okay. Aquaculture. Apparently, we are not permitting that anywhere.
Land-based.
That doesn't seem right.
Land-based aquaculture.
Land-based aquaculture.
We had one. We had one on South Lake Road. No interactive.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we wouldn't put that in industrial.
So let me,
Right.
right, so previously, I'm sorry, when it was just aquaculture, it was a special use permit in the R40, 60, and 80 zones and the industrial zone.
I would agree with Bill. I think it should be, permitted with performance standards in the industrial. But not in any of the residential.
We do have standards from
And
Ashley
again-
that we'll talk about in a second.
And again, land-based aquaculture is something we need to think more about, so that gets put on our list. When we're talking about farming, and raising of animals and so on, we should talk about aquaculture. But for tonight, and for purposes of going before town council in a few weeks' time, I think we should just make it a permitted use in the industrial zone, nowhere else. Not permitted by right or permitted with special use permits anywhere else except the industrial. In the industrial, it would be permitted. I'm not sure what kind of performance standards we have. Do we have anything from Ashley on that?
We do, so we'll talk about that in a
Let's take a
second.
look at that. Does everybody agree with me on that? Now, there may come a time in the future when we decide to open up aquaculture to R120, R80, other places. But for the time being, I think we have to keep aquaculture very restricted. But I agree with Bill, it can't do any harm in the industrial.
And how about the waterfront?
We talked about waterfront, I am not talking about
We're
waterfront.
not talking about
Yeah,
waterfront.
that would be a spin for the
We've done
future,
that
for
already.
sure.
Yes.
We've done that
It
already.
should be out there, yeah.
So, does everybody agree with that? Just in industrial?
Tricia, you're looking at me with those eyes, so what do you want to say?
No, I don't agree.
What about highway commercial, Stu?
I don't agree. And I don't agree, not that we can't, but I think that needs to get looked at with the rest of agriculture, because there are some land-based aquaculture things that happen entirely in the building, and that's one thing. But then there are other land-based aquaculture things that happen in tanks outside that sometimes really stink. So we need to
Well,
learn more about how
The standards
exactly-
do address that.
I agree with Tricia. You've convinced me. I think that we should put this in the category with the other agricultural issues to be decided by the planning board early next year. It's a priority, it's something we'll do, but for the present, for our present exercise and taking something before town council by November, I think we shouldn't do anything with aquaculture. I think we should just say no in every zone to aquaculture until we get a better handle on it, because I don't understand it. And I don't think Watson and Sampson understands it either, or Weston and Sampson, or whoever they are.
Okay. We have Stu and Tricia's opinions. Steve?
I would say no, based on what Stu just
Okay.
said, it makes sense.
I would agree with these guys. It's gonna be a huge conversation about aquaculture, because it really does happen under the roofs and outside as well, but it's a big undertaking.
Okay.
And it's a
Quite
growing,
pressing to
and
discuss,
it's a
for
growing
sure.
industry, so we really need to get it right. And we don't have the time to do that tonight.
No.
It also uses a lot of water.
They
A lot.
consume a lot of water, and
it's
the
wild.
expel and everything that comes out with the sewage and everything, and the death and the mortality and the critters.
And the
It'll become a
neighbors.
septic and a sewage nightmare.
I hadn't even thought about
And the
that.
neighbors, nobody's gonna kill the
Okay.
neighbors, are they?
Okay.
Let's go on. Come on. Fish and shellfish processing and storage for retail uses. I'm sorry, just one second. By my note, we discussed it on February 28th as being a special use permit in the industrial zone.
What's
That's
the
a
deal
new-
with storage?
That's a new use that was not in the 2023 code.
I understand the processing, but what are we trying to do with storage?
You
This
process
use-
it, you get it into a can or a package, and it's being stored until you ship out to the retailer. That's my interpretation of it.
And there's
Yeah,
also
so
just
it's
a
just
wet
a-
storage
if
process
it's a bigger
also.
freezer.
It would be a freezer kind of an operation.
Well, we think. I think that that's another one, like, it's a brand-new use that we're adding, but we haven't done the due diligence to actually know what these places are like and whether or not they're all indoors. Are they all frozen?
No,
Or-
but what you've done is put it here so somebody cannot come in and say, I want to do this because it's similar to X.
Right.
All right.
But I put this one in with the rest of the.
To be studied, right?
To be dealt with later. Yep,
Okay, it's a
I agree.
placeholder.
All
It's
right,
important.
we're all good with that?
Yeah, because the quahog shells and things,
Yeah.
is a big issue, a
Agreed.
big problem here.
Agreed.
We have, just one second. So you'll see here, we have some new uses, the private stable, which is a no across the board. Same with commercial stable. Do we agree with that? I do not have any standards if you want to change it.
Is that just a temporary thing, Tricia?
No, that's a separating out, it was the very preliminary idea of this whole animal thing of separating out somebody who's keeping a couple of horses in their backyard versus somebody who's got, you know, a commercial boarding, training, riding lesson, whatever facility. And that there may be different criteria for those two different. for those
All right,
things.
so we're just leaving it as no's for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all part of the animal husbandry discussion.
Okay. You okay?
Everything's staying for H.
Yeah.
J.
Yeah. Okay, we're down to nonprofit organization, club, lodge, social, or community center building. In 2023, we had special uses on this for all the R zones and the village commercial, but that will remain a no. What would you like to do? We have performance standards, which we discussed already for the waterfront zones. We can change these to Ps with those same standards. Can make them special use with those standards, I guess. And that would be in the handout you received tonight. On page 2, or page 41.
Mark this up.
You marked this one up?
Oh, yeah.
Even though we already beat this one with the waterfront?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Because the waterfront is. Wait a second, which one did I mark this up on? Which page is the waterfront one?
It's the second page in the staple package.
Yes. At the bottom, it's page 41.
Right at the top of the
Oh,
page.
top of page 41, okay. So, so I think that, well, should we talk about the zones first, I guess, and then I'll.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do the zones first.
So,
Where do we want it? It's in waterfront 1 and 2 now. We've already made that decision.
Right.
So now we have to decide industrial,
it's permitted by right in the industrial zone already.
general commercial.
Permitted by right already. We can apply these standards or whatever standards you come up with if you
Why
want.
can't we apply the waterfront standards?
You said
Make it
we
a
can.
permitted use in those two zones, highway, commercial, and industrial, and just apply the waterfront
You can.
standards.
It was also by special right in the,
Performance standards.
it was also by special right in the residential zones. So do you want it in the residential zones?
I don't want it in the residential zones.
Okay. Let me do it like this then. General commercial and industrial. Do we still want it permitted there, Steve?
Yes.
Yes.
Trish? Dick?
Yes.
Rosemary?
Yes.
Chris? Bill? All right. With standards?
With performance standards.
Yeah, I would agree with performance standards.
Okay.
And I think we can borrow from the waterfront.
Well, we're gonna hear Trish on this in a second, so
Sorry.
just hold your horses. Now, do we also want to permit it by right with standards in any of the residential zones where it was previously allowed by special use permit? Steve?
Well, I would say no. We went to no. I don't know why
The
we need
no-
special use, but let's leave it at no.
We went to no only because we didn't have any criteria.
Oh.
It was
Not
just
because we
temporary.
thought it should be a no necessarily.
Yeah. But I do think it should be a no necessarily in any of the residential districts. I think that there are many opportunities in the town of Tiverton to put your club elsewhere. But, you know, I mean, I'm a member of the Tiverton Yacht Club, and I fought the battle with our neighbors, you know. Clubs and residential neighborhoods don't get along together. So I keep it out of residential.
Okay, you want me to start over here?
I'm a no. on
No, on the residentials.
residential.
You know, Trish? Skip you, Dick?
I'm kind of in favor of social clubs anyplace.
Okay,
They're good for the community, they do a lot, especially the nonprofits.
yep.
You know, I mean, if the Lions or the Kiwanis want to have, where's the obvious place to have it? It's where the people are, and the people that are interested in that.
Tell that to our neighbors at the Tiverton Yacht Club.
Yeah.
Substitute Janice Gomes?
No comment.
Miss Eva?
Thank you. No.
Bill?
I'll say no.
Did you keep a tally?
Yeah, the no's have.
Okay. Even with Trish's abstention?
Trish's.
Okay, Trish?
I'm gonna turn into a yes, how's that? So, I won't
4-3.
abstain and say a yes.
Still
We
4-3.
still lose, but that's okay.
Did you have comments, Tricia, about the standards
I
for
did.
the general commercial, industrial?
Yes.
Take us through the standards.
So, in the ones from the waterfront, operating hours are restricted to 7 AM to 10 PM, extendable for events licensed by the council. I do not think we should be in the business of setting times for things. But I especially don't like the extendable for events licensed by the town council language. I think that that's just, that's the way the ordinance is now. If you're gonna have a special event, then you gotta go to the council and get a special event thing. If the organization has a liquor license, the hours permitted within that license governed. That's just the law. I mean, and, you know, I just don't think that we should put stuff in here that's already in the existing state law or code of ordinances. Meals may be prepared and served on the premises for members and their guests only, no commercial kitchen is allowed. So that was a decision that we made about the waterfront, for the kind of organizations that might go to the waterfront. But if you're the VFW or you're the Knights of Columbus or whatever, they all have commercial kitchens. Like, that's just part of the thing with, so I don't think we want to apply that standard to other places, right? So I think that that works for the waterfront, but not for every place else. the service of alcohol, including, that is all completely governed by the town council. So that shouldn't be in there, because the regulation of that falls under the existing municipal ordinances.
And the licensing and everything.
And licensing and all of that. And when we start putting things in the zoning code that are already covered by existing ordinances, again, my opinion, that's how we end up with, over time, stuff that's in conflict with each other, because at some point, the council changes the regular ordinances, and now we have the zoning language that doesn't match. So my general philosophy is, don't put stuff in here that we don't need if it's already in the regular ordinances, because we're just asking for conflicts 5 years down the road.
I agree with all of that.
Okay, so,
I have an issue here, even though it's not. These nonprofits become churches. And also it's permitted in the village commercial. Okay.
it'll be made an end, don't worry.
Okay. But I mean,
We're gonna have the biggest social club down in Village Commercial.
So I would though, at least in R120, I will say this. I would say that if somebody wanted to have a not-for-profit in R120 that didn't have a commercial kitchen or a liquor license, like a Grange, I know we don't have many of those left, but if somebody wanted to have some sort of, community thing that was, I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't, because of the water and sewer, I wouldn't want to see a commercial kitchen or a liquor license, but I'm okay with that. It's a special use permit, and that it has to have access, that it, I don't know how to put it, but.
Okay.
Put it at the end of like,
Let me do this then.
Neighborhood Street.
Tricia talked about the standards for the nonprofit organization in the general commercial and industrial zones. I've put them up here. By her suggestion, we would be limiting it to, did you say the building footprint?
That's okay, I'm okay with that.
Building footprint, leasing of on-site facilities to third parties is prohibited.
What does that mean? Does that mean like you can't have a wedding at the VFW?
That's how I would take it.
See,
That's what you wanted for the waterfront.
Right, that's what we wanted for the waterfront. But my opinion is, if you are allowed a commercial kitchen and the council decides to give you a liquor license, then
You wanna make money using it.
then you should have the same rights that a restaurant has. You can have a private event at a
Okay.
restaurant. Why can't you have a private event in one
All
of
right,
those places?
so then we're left with footprint no greater than 20,000 square feet. No more than 30% of the gross floor area may be used for office space,
Yep.
and sleeping facilities are prohibited.
Yep.
Am I correct? That's for general commercial and industrial zones. Do we all agree?
Yes.
We're keeping, we gave.
Hold on, Rosemary. Tricia has now, well, do you want any other standards in the general commercial or industrial zone? Hearing none? None, none, none? Moving on. Rosemary, though, you were saying parking.
I think there should be something.
You want a parking plan?
It isn't parking, like, at least for those all gonna be covered when we get to the parking ordinance, like,
Well, where is the parking ordinance?
well,
We've been waiting for months for it.
I mean, what's the harm if we do add a parking?
there isn't any.
Let's.
Plus a
let's
parking plan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I would include the thing for emergency
Yes,
vehicles as
Andy,
well.
that's a given, all right? And engineer, got it.
Why are we limiting the office space to 30%? I mean, if they need more office space, why do we want to prohibit that?
And as Tricia said, the operation hours, maybe just a general comment about licensed by the town council rather than specifically saying 7 AM to 10.
We're not including that for
Oh,
general
okay.
commercial.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think the area was to make sure it didn't become an office and it was rather used as a community hall. Are there any other criteria? I'm sorry, Bill.
No. Just gonna pivot back to Tricia's.
R120 now?
R120.
All right, so now do we want to reconsider whether you want this use allowed in the R120 zone based on Tricia's comments? Steve?
I would say yes.
Stu?
Yes.
Yes.
Rosemary?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Bill?
I'll go.
Okay.
But this is going to be a special use permit, so.
No,
so-
permitted by right with these standards.
Okay.
No, sorry, I meant as a special, that would be a special use permit.
What standards for a special use permit?
So-
These?
No, so, well, it would have those same standards, because the performance criteria apply to everybody, right? But then the special use criteria would be that it doesn't have a commercial kitchen, nor.
Okay, that's fine, but we can specify that as a performance standard if you wanted to instead. We can have,
You're saying you would want that in the other zones,
no, she's saying,
just not in the R120.
The commercial.
Right.
You're saying you want it as a special use permit in R120 only. Only.
but only because you want to prohibit commercial kitchens?
I want commercial kitchens, not eligible for to say it is not, no alcohol service, right? And I don't know how you phrase this, and I'm trying to be careful here. You wouldn't want to have it where the entrance, where the way that you get to it is through a subdivided neighborhood, meaning I don't know how you say this, but.
We tried to do this with the private trade schools, with the waterfront zone.
Well, but that's why if it's a special use permit, you could have something about that it won't increase traffic in a,
Then why don't we just use that same standard from the private trade school?
Yeah, we came up with a standard that was pretty
so
good.
use that.
Yeah,
In terms
use the
of volume
same
of
thing,
traffic.
Because it's the same exact issue.
Yep.
But those were performance standards.
This
Yeah,
would be
I
a special use.
still, I mean, we're allowing a community center in, or potentially in a I'd feel better if it were a special use permit and the neighbors were, notified as legal abutters and got a chance to come and say, and,
It raises the elevation of it a little bit more. It's a little more, attention grabbing, and I think that's a good thing for a residential neighborhood. So I agree with that. So it would be a permitted use in the other districts, but in the R120, it would be a special use permit. With the additional issues that Tricia raised, and Todd will use the same language.
You see it up there, 6 and 7 regarding traffic, right?
Yep. That's good. I think we're agreed on that.
Is everyone agreed? I'm sorry, I should have asked.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Art Center is next. Art Center previously allowed by special use permit in the industrial zone. Ashley has provided some criteria, which you can apply to all of the zones where it's permitted if you want.
So I'm sorry, this was previously a special use permit where?
In the industrial zone.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question as well? We've talked about standards for some of the zones. Is it fair to assume that those standards apply wherever it's permitted by right?
I would say yes.
Yes,
So in all
Yeah.
zones, right?
yes.
Yep.
You're not just going to permit something without these standards?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay,
Right.
wanted to be clear. You got that?
Except the one,
Well, there was one earlier.
yeah, we had that one earlier that's totally drawn a blank already.
Yeah.
It was the,
Oh, If we don't have standards, then there are no standards in any zone. But if there are standards for one
Wasn't that
zone,
the satellite recovery receiver? That we talked about?
all I'm asking is if if a use is permitted by right in one zone and we have standards for it, it applies to all zones where it's permitted by right.
I would say yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, and the one thing that we did talk about is that we would allow agricultural uses in open space without any performance standards whatsoever. But, you know, simply because the open space is controlled by organizations that have all kinds of rules and regulations about what you can do. But I think that what Todd is saying is correct. When we have performance standards, it applies to all zones.
We all agree?
I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that.
All right, so I won't keep asking that.
So what?
So back to the art center.
Where do we want to see an art center? Because the only place we allowed it earlier, last year, and previous to that, was in the industrial zone?
By special use, it was permitted by right in the VC, the GC, HC.
Okay, that makes sense.
I know it's not permitted in the VC anymore.
So,
Well, what about, I'm sorry, but what about grandfathered uses now?
That's still allowed.
Yeah. I mean,
so we don't.
New
have-
uses are
it's
not.
art.
We don't have any art center in the town of Tiverton. But there's a,
Technically, that's what the meeting house is.
an art center?
Yeah. So, the art center thing, can we, when we're ready, can we talk about the definition?
Please.
We do have a definition. You are correct. You gonna change the definition on us?
So here's the thing, so we have an art center right now, and the art center has some art, but it mostly has concerts. We also have a separate use that says theater or concert hall. So that there's a confusion there that if you're an art center, does that mean you get to have concerts and not apply under whatever the theater or concert hall standard is? So I think that we should sort that out, because we have one right now, and that's just one. But we could end up with a bunch of these if we don't square that away. So I think the art center thing should refer to visual art, gallery and instruction, display, gallery and instruction in visual arts, so that if somebody wants to have concerts, they fall under the correct category, not get lumped into this giant art center thing that is
What happens in situations where there is a bona fide entity that would have both visual and performing art?
Well, if the council accepts your amendment regarding multiple primary uses in commercial zones, you could have both.
In commercial zones.
Right. I think it was waterfront, commercial, and industrial zones, right?
Okay.
Anytime they want,
Yes.
no license, no nothing.
Then I would say we're covered there.
What's the matter, Rosemary?
No license, right?
You're allowed?
Special event license,
Why would it be a special event
for
necessarily?
noise, notified.
But if an art set, I mean, you couldn't, I mean, that's their bread and butter then, right? Like a performing art.
Right.
Well, that's what I mean. So when the arts center category, right, was first created, it was supposed to be for a gallery and instruction and painting and, that kind of arts. And then it became more of a concert facility where we have a use and different criteria for that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying that if you leave art center the way it is, essentially, unless you change that definition, anybody who opens a quote-unquote art center then can make the case that they're entitled to an entertainment license to have concerts. And we need to separate those two things.
It's,
Not that they can't both exist, but they need to have their own criteria and their own, like, you know,
so what we're talking about now, I think, is like the art center in Westport, at Westport Point,
yeah.
on Main Road. It's a small building. It's all about painting and sculpture, and you know, and they have displays, and they have art lessons for painting. We're talking about the Art Museum, which is
Okay.
also an art center on Belmont Street in Fall River.
The simple
That's
solution?
what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yep.
So performing arts is not part of it. Music is not part of it. It's just painting and sculpture. But I think we should leave the door wide open for it in Tiverton, because I think it's a really great thing. And I think it's only a matter of time before somebody's gonna organize one. And it would be a good amenity for the town of Tiverton.
The simple solution then is, to these criteria, you specify visual arts.
Yeah.
The visual arts,
Rather than futzing with the definition,
exactly, visual arts.
in the criteria you put what?
Okay. And now, we need to figure out what zones we should allow it in.
Well, since we're talking about the criteria, let's just
Oh,
stick
okay.
with criteria for a second, all right?
Okay,
So-
okay, and we do have criteria recommended by Ashley's group. I have an issue with one of the criteria.
So do I, hold on. Page 2 of the standards,
Yeah.
draft
Page
standards
2
for
to 3,
review.
There are 5 of them.
It's up here too, Rosemary. Nice and big for you there. So the first criteria, curriculum of the art center must be primarily visual art related?
Yes.
Yes.
Would that cover, like, and I'm just asking this because I would want them to.
Because you love to torture me.
Could they have a sale? Could they have an art sale there too? Like if they had a gallery and they, or their students had an art sale, could they like sell their art there?
I
Absolutely.
mean, it's not called out.
What I would say is that's talking about the curriculum. What is taught is limited to visual arts. Curriculum is teaching, right?
Right.
I think you need another, I think what you're getting at is another.
That they could have the
Criteria.
display and display and sale as an accessory to the curriculum. In other words, we're not trying to, a gallery's a different thing. That's just a retail business. You put it where it's supposed to be. But if you actually want to, that an accessory use to that could be the display and sale of.
Yes, and we should permit that.
Curriculum,
Yep.
the use, then we'll
I
take
think
out the
that-
word curriculum.
No, keep
I think
it,
what you're saying, Trish, I agree with you, but I think that should be like an additional
Yeah.
line item criteria in there. Don't try to weave it into line item number 1 about the curriculum. Keep that one, the curriculum of the art center must be primarily visually art related.
Okay, got
Visual
that.
arts related.
Got it?
No tutus allowed.
Got it. I'll specify that one for you, Dick. Footprint 20,000 square feet?
Sure.
Sure.
no, that's way too big.
Well, it's gonna,
Wouldn't that be governed though by?
cares? I don't know why you're limiting the size anyways, frankly.
But that'll be covered
I-
depending
I-
on the-
I am, because I don't want it to get, I don't know of any art center that is anywhere close to 20,000 square feet. I mean, well, I'm going to withdraw my objection to that. You know, there might be some set of circumstances where you would want a larger one, so I'll
I think you just let the market set itself on
just
that.
let the market set itself on that, okay.
So we're striking the 20,000 square feet?
I agree.
Does everyone agree with that?
I don't think we should have, I think 3 should be struck as, you know, restricted to 7 AM to 10 PM.
Does everyone agree with striking the time limits?
Strike the time limit.
Let them, let the market
As well as the
dictate that as well.
issue about the liquor license?
Yep.
Yeah, liquor license goes because that's controlled elsewhere.
Can they have events? Can they have a acoustic guitar player there? Can they have a
Well,
pianist
no.
there, or is that absolutely forbidden?
We have a noise ordinance that would govern that.
Okay.
What is it, Bill?
No, I do think we need a new line item at the bottom that gets at the,
Hold your thought.
yep,
We okay with 30% gross floor area
Yes.
for the office space?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Striking alcohol there as well as number 5?
yep.
Okay. Hit me, Bill.
well, it's the language that you said, Trish, which is, will permit the accessories or the
The display and
Display,
sale
sale.
of visual art.
Indoor only?
I don't know.
No, I wouldn't restrict it to indoor. I think in the summer, if they want to bring the
Sculptures would be-
paintings out, if they want to bring the paintings out into the front yard, and
Sculptures would be included.
visual arts includes painting and sculpture.
Okay.
So I'm adding a criteria: display and sale of visual art is permitted. Okay.
Do you want to call that an accessory though to the primary use? Meaning, okay, I'm not opening up a gallery, just a gallery under this category, right?
It would be, we would need to tie it to painting lessons.
Well, that's why I'm just saying is display and sale is an accessory to,
So I think what you're trying to get at is display and sale of visual arts created through the art center.
yes.
I don't want to say on-site, but through the
But
art
through the
center.
art center, exactly.
Yes, yeah, that's a good way of
Yeah.
putting it.
So if they want to have an artist show and sale of the people who take painting lessons there, then they should be able to have that.
Yep.
An outsider can't come in and display their art for sale.
No,
Well,
we
they're
don't want
in-
that.
maybe
That's a
they're-
gal-
maybe-
That's a gallery.
Yeah, maybe if they're an instructor or whatever, but who's going to police that? I mean,
Oh.
really, like,
We do it all the time here in the town hall.
yeah. This could be an art center.
We've got an art center on the wall, on the Hurricane. And the only reason the
Thanks to
others,
Sue Anderson.
Right.
They're not
Yeah.
for sale.
But Chris's point is correct. So what you're actually saying is display and sale of art, visual art created by third parties, not associated with the art center, is prohibited. Is that what you want?
That takes away from the spirit of where you're going, Stu, with the community effort.
Yeah, I don't think we need to say that either, but I think your language earlier about.
Display and sale of visual art
display and
created
sale-
through the art center is
Yeah, I
Through
think
the
permitted.
art
that's
center.
perfect. I think that
It's a
covers it.
little vague, but it covers it, and then we can, see where that goes.
Okay.
We're not gonna get 100%, tonight, but like Bill was saying the other day, we have to walk in these shoes for a while.
And have ample parking.
Well, no, I don't think parking is an issue. I've never seen a parking problem in Westport or
over
Belmont
there.
Street.
Well, the four corners. So do you want a parking plan submitted?
I mean, what's the,
No,
what's
those are
the
galleries.
harm of having a parking plan?
Oh, should knows.
What?
Do you want a parking plan submitted for criteria?
If everybody is going
Steve.
in that direction, okay. I'll go
Trish,
along
parking
with
plan?
it.
I think.
I don't think we need it.
I think the parking plans are all going to be in the new parking ordinance,
Well-
but if people want them in there, I'm
They
not
can
gonna
submit a
check.
parking plan to you that you can have reviewed.
Sure.
Dick?
I don't think we need the parking plan.
All right, so kind of
I
two
think
no's.
it's taken care of when they apply to be able to do whatever they're gonna do.
Yeah, I know, it's going to be reviewed by the board anyways,
It's
but
gotta be reviewed by the board.
this way you can make them submit a parking plan though, because we don't have that required anywhere else necessarily.
You can
Fairly
save a meeting.
recently, they just had a display of statutes all over, outside,
All right, two no's,
Down
so far
at the-
3 yeses because Rosemary said yes.
village commercial.
Yes.
Bill? All right, including the parking plan.
So finally, I'm just going to make my last suggestion, which is I think that this could be allowed in at least R120, but probably maybe another one, with the same set of criteria that we applied for to the, nonprofit.
Yes.
Nonprofits.
Okay, so,
I would agree with that.
We could just copy it, whatever the criteria would said for that.
is it special use or permitted by right?
Special
In the
use.
R120?
In the R120, the special use.
Does everyone agree, special use R120, these criteria plus the traffic?
Yes.
Yes.
And then permitted by right with these standards we just discussed, not including the traffic stuff, general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial? Yes? Dick?
Yes.
Rosemary? Chris, you're a yes? Trish?
Yep.
Just 1 minute, please. You're good, Ed? Okay, we're up to membership, athletic clubs. Let's talk about where it's permitted first. It was permitted by special use permit in the industrial zone. It is presently permitted by right in the general commercial and highway commercial. Do you still want it permitted by right in the general and highway commercial zones? And we have standards that we can discuss.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Chris, Rosemary, Dick, Trish,
Yes.
Yes.
Steve? All right. What about the industrial zone? Permitted by right, special use, not permitted?
Permitted by right.
Permitted by
Everyone?
right.
Okay.
I don't know why we have a special use permit on that.
It exists.
Okay. Now, Ashley had provided some criteria for us. Has everyone reviewed those?
Yep.
And how do we
It was our
feel?
homework. Of course we did our homework.
Of course, Stu, I know you did.
So my only is with the hours of operation.
I completely agree. Let's get out of that business, you know?
Yeah, because, I mean,
Okay.
Longplex is 11 PM, 6 days of the week.
They're a
right?
special category, but
Yeah.
I understand. Everyone agree with that?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Parking plan,
Mhm.
Rosemary, you're good with that? Okay. Clubhouses, maintenance buildings, at least 50 feet from residential property lines?
I think so. I think that makes sense.
Okay. This says lighting of sports fields and courts.
Yep, that's a big issue, and it's international dark sky compliant.
Okay, we're all good with that?
Yep.
I'm telling you right now, I am adding the word outdoor sports fields and courts for clarity.
Yes,
I mean,
good.
you'd have to be an idiot to think otherwise, but,
No, that's good. Yes, that's a good modification.
okay. And number 5 is all outdoor recreational facility uses are accessory uses, except golf courses, stable, RV park, shooting range, which are prohibited.
Yes,
We're okay with that line?
yes.
I need to change it, though. I don't think stables are prohibited.
But a stable's a different category.
Right, we had the riding academy.
Private stable, you had.
Yeah, or-
They're in the use table, so it's not a prohibited use. It's just not permitted. Do you understand?
Right,
So I just need to change that language some.
okay.
Would you say a prohibited use?
All other outdoor uses are accessories except golf courses, stable, RV, park, and shooting, which are prohibited or not permitted.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Outdoor accessory uses are for the exclusive use of members of the athletic club and shall not be permitted for rental or to host outside organizations. How do we feel about that?
My only thing is, what if you're running a tournament?
Yes, that's my note.
Oh, well, there you go. Only because I've been there, you know, like with my kids.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's just, if you have the facilities, you're a magnet for hosting tournaments.
Right. I think the only issue with that is parking. Like, do you have the parking for the tournament? That's
Well, I haven't walked in those shoes, but I would sense that one of the criteria for evaluating whether or not you can host a tournament is whether or not you can support the parking that it may.
Do you need a special event permit for that, for a tournament? Should you get one? Not that everyone
I'm going to be
does.
facetious and say it depends who you are.
Should you?
Should you? Yes.
right.
So, in that case, we could probably just get rid of that.
We can include a line if you want. It's
Well,
overkill, but tournament type activities require a special use permit from the town council. I know you don't want to keep saying things that are
No,
obviously
no,
required,
but
but
I'm okay with clarifying that because to Bill's point, yes, it's entirely logical that you would have enough parking, but that's in places where there's a lot of logic. We don't have that everywhere here.
Fair point.
Can I ask you a question?
sir,
What's a golf course?
we have a definition.
Okay. Is a golf course a driving range?
No, that's a different use.
Different thing.
It's a different use. We'll get
Does it
there.
have a clown that you finish off the course?
I think if you're standing there, you're okay with me adding language then, outdoor accessory uses. So we're going to strike that sentence, outdoor accessory uses are for exclusive use of members. We're going to add a sentence about tournaments, something else, have to receive special event permits.
Yes,
We all agree on that?
yes.
So, here's
Yeah.
the thing though, just so you know. Right now, outdoor public entertainment, which is what that falls under.
Yeah.
Is a regular part of a person's or organization's regular business function is prohibited. You can have 2 a year, and that's it, under the existing code.
2 tournaments a year.
2 tournaments a year. You have to get a special permit for it.
But that's only if you, the owner of the property, are applying for the permit.
Well, there's that. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, you know, if I put my sort of like kids' sports hat on, right? You're gonna have, if you support soccer facilities, you're probably gonna have 1 soccer tournament a year, right? Just given the size and scale of that. Maybe those fields also support lacrosse, and if so, maybe you'll run a second lacrosse thing, you know what I mean? So maybe that's sufficient.
Look,
Okay.
gotta walk in the shoes, right? I'm stealing your line.
I'm practical, trying to just be practical, that's it.
Walk in the shoes. If it's a problem, we'll fix it.
So you're going to get rid of that last sentence and add a new sentence that reminds people that
Yes.
tournaments are subject to town council approval.
Yes.
Good,
We all agree on this?
yeah. And you can do that at your leisure, Todd, because we're going to
At my
authorize you
leisure.
to
All your leisure time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
I'm not
generous,
sure
guys.
how the tournaments are all that different from, like hockey. Ice is at such a premium. You know, that my grandson was going to Smithfield at 9 o'clock at night on a school night to have hockey practice. And they're constantly, I mean, that ice, St. George's Academy, that ice is reserved 24
Right, but those aren't
hours a
tournaments, Dick.
day.
Those are for teams that have reserved time.
Yeah.
It's
For
not-
practice.
It's not like an
Yeah,
organized
but
series.
is that really different than a tournament?
Yeah, totally.
I
If we're
would-
talking about people coming into a facility.
But it's a team coming in to practice.
I
That's not a
would-
tournament.
I see where you're going with that, Dick. My sense, just having been in both of those situations, is that like if I'm renting ice out, right, like there's a finite amount of people that are gonna be there from hour 1 to hour 2, and then hour 2 to hour 3, as opposed to a tournament where you're drawing in not
60
only the
teams.
home team, but teams from all over a geography, which will be an abnormal volume of people for a specified period of time.
Right,
And families.
right. You good? All right.
Sure.
What? Not really. Okay. Hospitals.
They should hope he knows. We don't have enough water for hospitals.
Okay, previously special use permit in the general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial zones. You want those to remain as a no?
Yeah, I mean, as a practical matter, there's no way in hell anybody's going to build a hospital in Tiverton in any of our lifetimes.
So keeping it a
They're
no?
closing hospitals down, not building new ones. And if they did, it wouldn't be in Tiverton, it would be someplace in Texas or Florida.
No's?
No, no
Across the
everywhere.
board.
No everywhere.
Municipal or government building was previously special use permit in the residential zones.
You skipped the medical centers.
There's no comments there.
We didn't have, those are new.
Oh, okay.
Those are
They
new.
have a
If-
definition. I mean, I don't know that they need, like, at least the, I don't, okay, well, we'll wait.
No, really, if you want to make them permitted, tell me. We'll do that now. I don't have any criteria if you wanted standards.
Well, I mean, to pick up where Stu's comment left off, I think you're way more likely to see an investment in these highly specific medical centers.
Clinics, yes.
Sure, as opposed to a full-fledged hospital.
Kettle
Well,
Point.
there is a definition in here for these two things. It says what they do.
I mean, we already have
See?
several in town.
Yeah, we do.
It says what it does, right? So, do you want to permit these anywhere?
I don't know, I'd say.
What's the harm in permitting them in highway, general, and industrial?
That's
Nothing.
what I think.
For a place that doesn't have any highway commercial. We're sure putting a lot of stuff in there.
Well, there's not a lot of room,
No
but, you know,
standards, I hope.
giving people.
Well, it
lots of-
becomes
giving people a lot
sort
of
of like
options.
I mean, I think we're enabling a variety of opportunities for highway, general, industrial. Not everyone's gonna go in on there, right? But I think by opening it up, we increase the likelihood of a business coming in and actually setting up shop.
Yeah.
Yep.
It'll
Okay.
diversify the tax base.
Medical centers, up to 20,000 square feet, do we agree, permitted by right in highway commercial, general commercial, and industrial?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Bill's a yes, Chris?
Yes.
Rosemary, Dick, everyone's a yes?
Yes.
Say, what about for medical center, 20 to 40,000 square foot?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Do we have?
40,000, that's a really big building. I would say highway commercial because that's definitely gonna need public water and sewer, and probably the only way they're gonna get it is if they're up in that highway commercial district and they can connect directly to Fall River, because,
So the 20 to 40,000 would only be permitted in highway commercial, but it would still be a permitted use with performance standards, not a special use permit.
Well, hold on. You want to allow it 20 to 40,000 square foot in the highway commercial?
Only,
Only the highway commercial.
yeah.
correct.
I do not have any standards for this.
Okay, we can make some standards up right now because parking is obvious, water and sewer is obvious.
Lighting.
Yeah,
They'll come under design standards.
they're also gonna come under the Board of Health, and they're not gonna be able to run this thing off of a well and a bottomless sand filter, because
Right.
you're just not gonna say that's okay. So, you know, I mean, if you wanna put in that they have to have public water and public sewer, I think that that's okay. Although, I would be careful about the up to 20,000 square feet, because some of those don't have public sewer and they're managing. The Lifespan building on Main Road, we don't wanna make it so that, you know, you can't. But a bigger one, 20 to 40,000 square feet, you gotta have public water and sewer for that.
Okay, then you gotta slow down for me. Let's just talk about the 20,000 square foot. Do you want any standards for that? We're not doing public water and sewer, you just said, so do you want parking standards or dark sky?
We definitely want dark sky, although I'm sure they comply with that anyhow. But we can put that in as a performance standard. And I think we do need a parking plan, even for the smaller one, even, you know.
That's all we're talking about, the small one right
Because those
now.
things, we walked by one of those buildings just yesterday, and the parking lot was just crammed with cars. The one up in North Tiverton, the new one. Is that Lifespan?
Any other standards that you would want for the 20,000 square foot?
Can I ask, the 20,000 square foot, we're not saying public sewer, right?
That's what you told
Public
me.
water, But not public sewer.
Only standards are dark sky and parking plan.
And public water.
And public, I would say public water.
And public water.
You're changing that now.
Just put the public water in. The DOH will tell them that, but I would just put,
Well, you just said that Lifespan survives without being on public water.
no, it survives without being on
On
public
sewer.
sewer.
It doesn't have a sewer, it
They
has a
tie in
cesspool.
down the hill.
No, I don't think so.
No, they're not.
What probably, you sure?
I don't think so, but I agree with Tricia that we should make
So public water only.
water.
What's the size of down Stonebridge?
That's a private, I mean, that's family medical.
Yeah,
That's
medical, but what's the size of the building?
It's less than 20, we did all the math when we did this for neighborhood commercials. The whole footprint's less than 20,000 square feet.
Okay.
Less.
20,000 square foot permitted by right in the highway, in general commercial, and the industrial zones. Dark sky, parking plan, public water required.
Yep, that's all.
Anything else? That's it?
That's it.
All agree.
Yes.
20 to 40,000 square foot permitted only in the highway commercial. Dark sky,
Yes.
Yeah.
Parking.
Public
Water.
water and public sewer.
2O and sewer. Anything else?
I don't think so.
The buffers that included, vegetative buffer, as Scott said on Saturday, the conservation development was discussion with the neighbors and
Don't we have generic landscaping standards that would cover that pretty much? I don't think we need anything special for the,
You do have landscaping standards in the subdivision regulations.
and we can enforce that when they come before the planning board. So I think we've got it covered, Tom. Just what
Okay.
you've mentioned already. Okay, now we're to municipal or government building.
Previously allowed by special use, as I said, in the residential zones. What would you like to do today?
I think you just make it permitted. I mean, if the town needs to put a building somewhere, they need to put a building somewhere.
Just so we're clear, it says municipal or government building, so it could be federal government as well, or state government building.
Yeah, but the governments are gonna trump the planning board,
Yes.
right? So let's just permit it, because if they, I mean, the exception was the library there. That came to us on development plan review. And we did all kinds of, we required this, that, and the other thing. The sidewalk and all of that. But typically, these public buildings are, are mandated by governments that have a lot more power than we do, so.
Okay.
Does this include state-owned halfway houses?
But the state's gonna do what it wants to do,
I know,
they're not gonna put
Because
up
the
with our.
state-owned halfway houses are on,
I think we have a more specific use for that though, so, for halfway house.
there's two state-owned buildings on Main Road. The one next to the Quaker Cemetery and the one farther down.
So maybe you just say municipal
yes,
or
right.
government buildings,
Right.
not to include residential quarters.
If you do that, does Tiverton housing considered government buildings?
No.
There's,
No, it's not.
No,
there's a federal one down at the end of,
we've only got one on Hearst Lane.
yeah, way down the end. It's feds.
The adult daycares.
I don't see another use.
Neither do I, actually. For halfway houses, no. But I think at the same time, halfway houses probably now fall under the definition of household. The new definition of household, where you're allowed X number of unrelated people to live together.
So there's one on King Road and then there's two on Main.
So we could do what Trish suggested, municipal or government building, not including residential or housing. Would you like that to be the new use?
I think, yes, that is fine.
Okay. Permitted by right then in the residential zones? We're talking about buildings. Yeah.
Were they previously special use
Yes,
permits in the
yes.
residential zones?
Yes. Which I can't believe was allowed anyways, but.
I mean, I'm trying to think of an instance where someone might put something like that in a
Well,
residential.
well, like the town's got the senior center on Judson Street, right?
Yeah.
Then there was the old, they sold it, but remember the other building that they had up on,
Which was the planning office way back when.
yeah, the planning office way back then when, which was on the other side.
Yeah.
right on
Oh,
Judson
yeah.
Street, the other
Yeah.
side.
Right, the old
You know,
school.
Town hall
the old
extension you could have.
schoolhouse.
Yeah.
You know, so there are,
School.
you know, there's
Yeah.
there's stuff.
And there
Could be a
used to
school.
There used to be libraries.
I mean, heck, if we need a new town hall, like, you know, I mean, I don't think the town's gonna put the town hall in the middle of, you know, down some resident, like, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen on King Road.
You know, but,
Okay, Steve? I'm sorry, I call on you first all the time, unless you
Yeah,
want to.
I would just make it a permitted use across the board.
I would make it a permitted use everywhere, in every zone. These are
Except village
government- These are
commercial.
government buildings, and no performance standards.
You've also said not permitted in the waterfront zone.
yeah, we've already voted not in the
Yeah.
waterfront, and I don't think it belongs in village commercial either, because that's too little.
Or open space.
Or open space.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're right about that. I'm getting tired.
Nope. So permitted in the residential zones, general commercial, highway commercial, industrial, no standards.
Correct.
But you have a library in the village commercial.
It's pre-existing. It's not going anywhere.
All right.
It's prohibiting new construction.
Okay.
All right, so moving on. Daycare centers, licensed by the state. Previously, a special use permit in the residential zones, general commercial, and industrial zone. Ashley has provided criteria, so let's first go with where do you want to permit child daycare centers? Bill, thoughts?
I would say that they would need access to public water and public sewer. So that would,
This could include a home daycare center as well.
And think about like Secana Early Learning Center.
okay,
I mean,
So
Well,
a
even
fairly
smaller,
small-
home daycare center that's licensed.
okay,
I'm looking for, I'm looking.
okay.
So it could be like the one at Little Bear,
I think,
But
which
it
is
it
fairly
could also
large.
be
But it could
Mrs.
be-
Jones, who's got a big old house and,
Yeah.
She's limited in how many she can have,
yeah.
to a small number.
yeah, because there's a different daycare, there's a home daycare thing, right, which is different
No.
in the residential uses. Family daycare, there's a.
Yes.
that-
That's permitted everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I would, I would say, for me, that it should be permitted by right in the general commercial, highway commercial, heck, I don't even care if you put one in the industrial zone, and then special use permits in the residential zones.
To give the notice.
How do we feel about that? Steve?
I like it.
Dick?
Don't like it. They did that down at the Aquidneck Industrial Park, and it was a pain in the neck. You got these long strings of kids holding hands, running around while trucks and everything else is moving through those industrial
Yeah,
areas.
not industrial. I
It's
agree with
it's
Dick
just
on that.
dangerous with those
I
little
agree.
kids.
I agree with Dick on that, not industrial. But highway commercial, general commercial,
Permitted by right,
permitted by right.
special use.
Special use in the residential. And I would open it up, to all four of the residential districts.
Yeah, it's gotta be close to the,
It's gotta be
It
close
should
to
be
where the kids are,
convenient.
you know, so.
Well, you also
But
have
as-
adult daycare in here, so it's not just kids.
So but it would be a special use permit, so it elevates it to a higher, level of approval and.
Yeah. That's the one place, I think, in a residential zone where I think, depending on where it's located, as a special use permit, the board would have the ability to set hours of operation, so that if it is in a residential area, you're not having kids dropped off at 5 AM.
Okay, hold on now. I just want to know where we're doing this.
Okay.
Rosemary? On the board right now is special use permit in the residential zones, permitted by right in highway commercial, general commercial, maybe industrial,
No,
to be determined.
I'm all right with the residential zones, but I'm skeptical as far as the highway commercial in general.
Okay, Chris?
I agree.
Well, I'm with highway general, special use permit for the residential.
And where are you on the industrial?
I would say let's take it out of the industrial.
Steve, how are you feeling about the industrial now?
Yeah, I would take it out of industrial.
Okay,
okay, that's a consensus.
yeah, and they're so heavily regulated by the state that we don't need to add a whole lot of restrictions on.
Right, but now we need both performance standards and specific and objective criteria for the residential. And I think you had some thoughts, Tricia. You were saying that on this one, we really do need hours of operation.
So.
Ashley drafted some stuff, maybe we
I
start
think
there.
Ashley's drafted stuff is really good, other than the proof of state licensing. I don't think we need that, but,
Of course, no, that goes without saying.
and I think for the permitted by right, I don't think we need hours of operation, because if you're gonna be in a commercial zone and you're gonna open up
Exactly.
super early, or you're gonna stay late for people who don't get off of work till 8, whatever. So I don't love 1 and I don't love 4, but the rest of it I like. I think for the residential zone, I think that we should say something about hours of operation. How do I put this? Like if it's on East Road, like Secana Early Learning Center is, I don't care how early they open, because that's a main road. If it's, down in the middle of a subdivided neighborhood and they're gonna open at 5 a.m., well, then maybe I'm not so crazy about that, because the neighbor's gonna have all this traffic and, cars opening and closing. I don't know how you incorporate that, but.
That's why, because the specific criteria has to be specific
Well,
for
then-
special use.
Well, then I would use the traffic thing. I'd use the same traffic thing that we used for the
For the waterfront, for the clubs.
Schools,
Trade schools, yep.
trade schools.
It's kind of self-defeating, though. The time that people need daycare to be open is when they're going to work, when you got the most traffic on the roads.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're operating one of these, and most of them don't open till 7, like, there aren't too many that open at 5 or 6, but, most of them, so,
And they penalize you pretty heavily if you don't pick your kids up on time,
yeah.
because staffing is a problem for them, so they don't normally go for real long hours
Yep.
past the normal business day.
Okay. Are there any other specific and objective criteria for the special use? Traffic, I got.
I
That's it?
can't think of any.
All right, so then for the performance standards, which will also apply to special use zones, will be the site layout that includes a designated drop-off area. Do you want that criteria, do you want that requirement for the residential zones or home-based?
That doesn't make sense in a residential area. We're talking about queuing spaces.
So, and that's why I changed it to home-based. It wouldn't make sense to a home-based
Yeah.
daycare center. But if you had a little learning center in the R60, it would make sense.
Sure.
So, what?
So
Trish?
can we say, site, can we have number 2 and then
Except for
except for
home-based.
home-based?
Trish? You sure?
Not applicable for home-based.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Everyone else okay with that?
Well, I think they still need, even home base needs a drop-off area where they can safely drop them off. If that means they gotta widen their driveway, then so be it, if that's the business they're in.
How about if you said for special criteria that you had to produce a pickup and drop off and parking plan? So in other words, they'd have to show, okay, this is my plan.
You already have that as performance criteria, your parking plan.
Well, so to pick up on that, it says a parking plan with safe pedestrian circulation with clearly marked crosswalks from each parking area to the building entrance. I mean, that would,
Right,
to
but
me,
if
I
you're-
would interpret that to also include pickup and drop
Yeah,
off.
because it's just-
Because you're talking about getting in and out of the building.
In
Right,
a
although,
very short
would you
time.
require a crosswalk? So it might be excessive.
Maybe if the kids want to draw a chalk,
Across
but,
your driveway. I don't know, I think, I mean, if it's a home daycare, a lot of it depends on like the street that it's on, right? And if you're on a cul-de-sac and, you know, you pull in and you stop in front, you drop your kids off and you turn around, then that's one thing. If it isn't, then you gotta have like, okay, what's your plan for, you know, depending on how many kids you're gonna have.
So do we want to replace 3 with the suggested wording that you spoke like 3 minutes ago? Which was,
Like, I remember that?
I think to make it simpler, Bill, just a parking plan with safe pedestrian circulation,
There we go.
period.
perfect.
Yeah, that's good.
There we go.
Yeah, because you want to avoid the thing you get with school buses now, that stop at every lot to pick up kids. Seem to be born without legs or something. The kids can't walk anywhere.
Yeah, no kidding. Remember, we walked 4 miles a day uphill both
Both
ways.
ways.
to school.
That's right, in the winter.
In the wintertime.
I rode a horse.
Okay. So even for a home daycare, you're going to require designated drop-off and a parking plan? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, whatever, but they have to have a plan. If that's what it is, they can try to sell it.
All right, then we're striking the hours of operation?
Yes.
Yep.
And you're okay with the, in a dwelling, no more than 50% of the gross floor area?
Yeah.
Rosemary?
Yes,
Don't fall asleep.
I am.
We're staying until we're done. Okay, so we're good with this?
We're fine.
Do we need a recap?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Private school, pre-K through 12.
No one's gonna build this here evermore.
No, I disagree. Penfield over in Portsmouth?
We have public water and public sewer.
Okay, the private school was previously allowed by special use permit in the residential zones as well as the general commercial zone. Ashley has provided some criteria, a lot of criteria. Where do you want to permit, if anywhere, the private schools up to 12th grade? Stu?
I would only permit those in general commercial, highway commercial, not in industrial, for the reasons that Dick suggested earlier. Certainly not in village commercial. We've already done the waterfront. So pretty much only, I wouldn't we can't allow them in any of the residential, I don't think, because a lot of the residential don't have water and or sewer. And we certainly don't want to allow those in R30 and R40 because those areas are congested with residences, and so we would be sticking an elementary, a private elementary school, into a very heavily populated and fairly dense residential neighborhood. So I'd keep them out of the residential areas, all of them, for different reasons. But only allow that in general commercial, highway commercial.
Okay, Chris, how are you?
Just those two small areas, and I would probably require a special use permit for something that significant. That's a pretty significant use, I would say. So
Okay.
that raises to the level of a special use permit.
I have a question.
Yes.
If we leave it in here is all no's, could somebody apply for use variance?
Yes.
I would leave it in as all no's, And if somebody really thinks they want to build a K-12 school, let them apply for a use variance, I mean, if it makes sense. Heaven forbid, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but, you know, like.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. Leave, it is not permitted in any zone.
But-
And let them, but we're still allowing them to come in and ask for.
Right, if it really made sense, but.
If it really makes sense.
But I
But,
think you
but,
could-
but I
I
think
think
as a
you could argue
practical
that
matter,
for
it's not gonna
junior college,
happen.
college, and university then.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
I would almost do the same for all of those too. Just.
I'm just going to suggest some consistency, though, because you permit private trade schools in the waterfront
Yeah,
zone
but
by special use.
That's, private trade school,
schools tend to be a lot
a
smaller.
lot smaller and a lot more specialized. You know, and I think that does belong in the waterfront zone, because I think we restricted it to waterfront-related, marine-related uses.
It's also permitted by right in the general commercial, highway commercial.
Yeah.
And where's that special? Is that industrial? That column? Or private trade?
Private trade, hold on.
Private trade is
Yes.
special use in waterfront one.
Yeah, where's the
That's-
criteria for that? But that has criteria.
Yes.
And so, I mean, trying to come up with criteria for a K-12 elementary school or for a junior like, I mean, that's such a broad possibility. I mean, I can't even imagine anybody coming here to do it, but heaven forbid they did. Or if the town had a building that it wanted to sell and somebody wanted to open up a little charter school or whatever, then they could apply for a use variance. If it makes sense, then it can get granted, other than trying to like.
But there, you wouldn't have these standards then, if it's permitted by, with a use variance.
Well, but then, it'd be a major, under the use variance, it'd be a major land development,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you'd have all that stuff to,
You'd vet it via that process.
yeah, right? Listen, we're trying to move through this here. We're trying to give you, just put all those.
I agree,
go
but for
on.
example, one of the standards is you have to have public water and sewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we seem to be chewing up our,
Some of our
Or
schools don't have both water
commercial
and sewer now.
But if you had that standard,
Right.
if you don't have that standard and they get a use variance, they could build it without having public water and sewer. Does that make sense?
But they would have to go through the planning board.
Yes.
Yeah. And
And I think probably we would,
yeah, I mean,
Not what you would do, because
Right.
you'll be replaced someday.
I know, but nobody's gonna build a school without, nobody's gonna build a big school without public water. You're just not gonna do it. It's just kooky, right? I think we're okay if we just say these are no's and they could be use variances if somebody ever shows up. But that's just my opinion.
I mean,
I
a school
agree.
of that caliber would have to get through DOH. I mean,
Right, yeah.
I just feel like we would,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, do you have any idea how much the septic system would cost for a school like that? I can tell you how much the high schools cost. It's a bloody lot of money.
The high schools are on septic.
oh,
Well,
yeah.
High schools
yeah,
are on
that's,
septic.
it's not connected.
they're on a very expensive Advantix system in bottomless Ann and it costs.
Do they have water?
Public
Because,
water.
because they were polluting Nanquit Pond.
Okay.
Nanquit
Private
Management.
school, pre-K through 12, not permitted anywhere in town.
Yep.
No, correct.
Junior college or university, not permitted anywhere in
Anywhere
town. Private trade or professional school, permitted by right in the general commercial and highway commercial. Do you want them to adhere to the criteria you had for the waterfront zone?
I think so, but except for that it has
Except
to
for
be
that it has to be
waterfront, but
water.
where am I looking?
Yes.
Which one of those is that?
that's water
It's
related.
the one you received today, Trish?
I know, I just had four of them in front of me.
It's
so-
page 41, middle of
Page 41.
it.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Line 16. mean, I would keep all of these and just strike anything.
It says, in the waterfront districts, the curriculum of a private trader must be primarily
All right,
marine
so we
related.
could
So,
keep that. Then also for I.
yeah. In the waterfront zones.
All right, so that's not there.
And because these are performance criteria, right? These are not, these are performance criteria.
Yes.
They can ask for relief from them if, for example, the
Yes.
storage thing can't fit in the back. of it,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I think that's good.
Everyone agree on that?
Yes.
All right.
And what zones are we allowing this in?
By right in general commercial and highway commercial,
Uh-huh.
as was previously permitted.
Right.
Previously, it was permitted by special use permit in the R30, 40, and 60 zones. I'm going to go out on a limb and say you guys don't want that at all.
We don't want that at all.
Rosemary? Pardon?
Fine.
Fine? Okay, so no's.
Yep.
What about the industrial zone?
And the industrial zone, what do you want to
Would be
do
by
there?
right?
By right in the industrial zone, yeah. These are not kids, they're, and that's a use that we probably want to encourage.
Special use W1.
So it's permitted, so it's just performance standards, and we're just borrowing from the waterfront zone.
Exactly.
And we've got good language there. So we're fine on that.
Okay, what is this? A school conducted as a private gainful business for teaching subjects such as music, singing, dancing, karate, etc. Previously a special use in the BC, so it doesn't matter. And then it's permitted in the general commercial and highway commercial. We do not have standards for that.
I think we could permit it in the industrial zone too.
Any takers? Industrial zone?
Industrial, yes, yes, agreed.
Okay.
You already got one there.
Yeah, in a sense.
Cemetery. We already changed the cemetery when we did the waterfront, as well as columbarium. Does anyone want to take a break? We hit 9 o'clock.
We're at 9:05. Let's,
Can we have a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
No.
okay, but I'm gonna restrict it to 5 minutes. And then we need to think about seeing if we can finish this tonight.
Yes.
Even if we stay late. Anybody can leave. Take this a little bit out of order because we do have a guest with us tonight who was asked, who was interested in mini storage. And he's actually produced some performance standards for us to consider, which Todd is handing out right now. And
I know it's last minute, but you can handle it. You have it.
you've already given me a copy. If you have a spare copy, you can give one to Sue. And so, but Todd,
Yes.
refresh our mind. Now, we do permit storage, self-storage units. And we have one called Advantage Self-Storage that is being built right now in the industrial park. We had another self-storage proposal come before us for Bears Den Road, remember that? But they went away because
They haven't gone away.
Oh.
That's why Mr. Easterbrooks, how do you say it?
Estabrooks.
Easterbrooks is here.
Oh, yes, now I recognize you. You were here for that Bears Den proposal.
I was not here for the concept plan. I was here in February when we were taking a look at some of the uses, though, in the use table. But
Okay,
So if I can, very quickly, Greg is here for the mini storage facility use, section 12C. It was previously permitted by special use permit in the general and highway commercial zones. Ashley did not provide you with any standards. Greg and his office has been in communication with both Ashley and I about suggested standards. I've passed those out to you now. It should have been done previously, and I apologize. I've looked at these. These are consistent with everything that you have been talking about already. But, Greg, did you want to say anything?
I'll briefly just make a presentation that, at least as far as the industrial zone goes, I would submit mini storage is about as perfect use for the industrial zone as any. It's very benign. It does not produce a lot of noise, traffic. Parking requirements are minimal. There's typically just a few employees at these types of facilities. I know water is a big issue in the town right now, how much water these different types of uses are consuming. Self-storage consumes minimum amounts of water. There's typically 1 or 2 bathrooms, right? So I think permitting it in the industrial zone is consistent with everything else that you've done tonight. It's consistent with your comprehensive plan. I have a citation to a page here. I can just read a sentence from it quickly for you. It's on page 50 of the 2018 comprehensive plan for Tiverton. States, industrial uses. The district contains the area of the town currently used for industrial and related uses, and which is considered suitable for future industrial development. This designation includes lands located east of Fish Road and on both sides of Route 24, and a smaller land area west of Fish Road and lying between the R30 district and Sousa Road, right? So permitting mini storage in the industrial zone is entirely consistent with your comprehensive plan, which is your job when you're doing a zoning amendment, right? The state law requires any zoning amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. I've provided a list of performance standards that we've worked on. As your solicitor mentioned, I think it's pretty consistent with all the other standards that you've imposed on similar types of uses. So happy to answer any questions that you have, and I'll remain available.
I have one question. You use the term mini storage, and when I think of mini storage, I'm thinking of usually a single floor building with a bunch of garage doors, and those garage doors lead into little storage areas. There's one in Westport on American Legion Highway, Route 177, I think it is. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something that would be more like Advantage self-storage? The reason I ask this is that the bigger buildings like Advantage, or the one that they've just built now in Bristol on Franklin Street, they can be rather attractive buildings. The mini storage, what I think of mini storage is a hideous, eyesore. Now, that's not such a bad thing maybe in the industrial park, although the industrial park does have design standards. So what are we talking about here?
Right, and I don't want to go too into my client's specific project tonight, right, because we're doing a zoning amendment that applies town-wide, and we're really looking for consistency with the comprehensive plan. I would just suggest that as far as a height restriction, that it's subject to any other height restriction that applies town-wide to other uses, right? I wouldn't see, for example, I know there was a definition in the code previously that stated a mini storage was a one-story facility. In the amendment to the definitions that recently went to the town council, that height restriction was removed and more of a general definition was included for mini storage. I would suggest keeping that definition general and then using these performance standards to control things like design and the other issues that you're looking for, right?
Okay, well, I read your performance standards during the break. I would propose if we permit mini storage as now defined, in the industrial park only, and that we allow it as a permitted use using the performance standards that have been handed out just a minute ago. So, and this is just to get the discussion going, but I have no problem with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So permitted by right in the industrial zone,
And nowhere else.
No, you said park.
industrial park.
No, I would say in industrial park, not industrial zone. I meant to say the business park or the industrial park, not the, but I'm not sure we can do that.
Yeah, I would need to object to that.
We would, but,
The industrial park is a floating zone. So
so how about the planned development park, the PDP floating zone? Could we permit it there?
I would object to that. I would argue it's inconsistent with your comprehensive plan not to allow self-storage as currently defined in the amendment sent to the town council in the industrial zone throughout the industrial zone. And if I have to bring a planning expert to prove that through an evidentiary basis, then I'm happy to do so, but
what I'll say is you can limit it to the PDP because they did that with marijuana, right? I don't know if it's consistent with the comprehensive plan as Greg is suggesting.
I appreciate your work and happy, I would feel more comfortable though, having this discussion now, move on to the general discussion of mini storage as opposed to having a solicitor for one application
It's not
Okay.
objecting to our comments, if that's, I'm not sure if I'm saying that the right way, but I feel like we're borderline starting to talk about one person's application. And that
Instead of the bigger picture.
Instead of the bigger picture.
Well, he made it clear he was talking about the big picture.
I was. And I
Right,
just
specifically said that.
But when Stu said something about, put it this way, we're into our deliberations now,
Yeah.
and when Stu said something and the gentleman
Yep.
objected, I feel like we're crossing a line into one place.
Okay.
I've taken all the comments under advisement, but I think we should move on to our deliberations now.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That's fine.
I don't think it's on the agenda for.
The whole district use table is on the agenda.
and
Anyone from the public can speak. Sue's been speaking.
You know, an applicant that may be coming before us. I don't think it's.
We're talking about the zoning ordinance. He's allowed to.
I
It's a
understand.
public meeting. You've heard comments from other members of the public about what should and should not be allowed and what standards should be required.
Mr. Romano, can I just, to make the record clear too, I just want to be transparent with you. If you prohibit self-storage in the industrial zone, or if you recommend that to the town council, I will bring a planning expert to the town council meeting. And then if there's a vote that's against us, we will be appealing that to Superior Court. It'll be placed on the land use calendar before Judge Lanphier, and he will have a very narrow scope of review. He will look and see if that amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and for the record, I'm stating that it's not.
Okay. We get it. We don't need threats either. So let's talk about what you want to do. Where do you want to permit the mini storage facility use? It was previously permitted by special use permit in the general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial zones. Where do you want to permit it in any of those at this point? I can call names. Chris?
Industrial zone for sure,
Okay.
for sure.
Industrial zone. Highway commercial, general commercial?
I would, no.
Okay. Dick, you looked at me. Go.
Yeah, industrial.
All right. Who else has some input on this?
Industrial.
Stu?
Well, industrial, but with design standards. So
What-
we, mini storage and self-storage are two different things. They have two different definitions. Self-storage, I'm very happy with. I permit that in a number of different places because it can be done very nicely.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but the definition of mini storage is now the same as self-storage. Or what was recommended to the town council. A building consisting of individual self-contained units that are leased or owned for the storage of personal property and/or household goods, not to include explosive chemicals, flammables, or other hazardous items.
Okay,
There's
so-
no self-storage use in this district use table. It was only the mini storage facility, although you had both definitions for some reason.
Okay, so can we also impose some architectural design standards as part of the performance standards? Can we add, you don't have anything in there right now on design standards?
I do.
Number 3, the exterior of the building.
We were conscious of this.
Sir, what,
It's okay, Greg, please sit down.
Here's the thing, I mean, we're talking about the industrial zone, and you're talking about a whole bunch of metal buildings already. I mean, we permit all the metal buildings that you want in the industrial zone. I think the important part is the screening from the abutting residential neighborhoods and streets. I think that's the part that's important, because, you know,
There are criteria in here.
right, so.
For
Number
5 is
3
about
and number
mechanical
6.
components, number 6
seven.
and 7, right.
Okay,
They-
skipped over 3.
Greg has attended some of our Saturday meetings, so he knew
Okay.
what you were looking for.
Okay, so I will now change my position and agree to allowing this in any industrial zone, which would include the business park, but the PDP overlay district, but any industrial zone. With the performance, so it would be a permitted right in the industrial zone only, and it would have performance standards 1 through 10 as presented to us tonight. So I would make that motion, or I would make that suggestion.
How does everyone else feel about that, Steve?
Because I think we've got the landscaping, I've got enough architectural to make it not look like a hideous eyesore.
I'm good with that.
Trish, question?
I can live with it, although, given the nature of this, I would like, similar to what we have in the solar, that the landscape, if it requires a landscape plan to screen from residential use, then I want it signed by a Rhode Island registered landscape architect, so we're sure that the screening's gonna do what they say it's gonna do.
So why don't we just have a number 11 then, landscape plan signed by,
Well, I require it if it's,
adjacent to a residential?
yeah, if it's adjacent to or across the street, you know, if it's adjacent to or across the street, because if you think of Fish Road, right, on one side it's industrial and on the other side it's residential. The other thing I have a little bit of an issue with is number 8, because I think that we should come up with a parking plan based on the number of storage units.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Well, do you have a suggestion in mind, Trish? Because I had a similar thought, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that we should, when we, design the parking, figure out how much, like.
Why don't we just keep it generic, like the Art previously talked about parking plan?
Yeah,
Okay.
based
So
on,
because-
based on the side.
Right.
And frankly, we'd like to see the parking plan too. I mean,
Well, those are 2 different things then. You want a parking plan and you want to limit the amount of parking based on the size?
No, I think that should be inclusive inside the parking
Inside the
plan.
parking plan.
So I would either strike 8 and add a net new that talks about the submission of a parking plan, or you just replace it with
Yep.
parking plan.
Yeah, yes, I completely agree.
Engineer signed emergency access, right?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Rosemary.
I have number 9.
Yeah.
All property storage on the site shall be entirely within the enclosed buildings. Is it more than one building, Mr. Esper?
Well, you're allowed to have multiple buildings.
I understand, but,
You're not asking him about a specific
I know.
project. That's not before us.
oh, this one.
So we could put a parenthesis around the S if you want to in building, so it's building or buildings.
That makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah. Because this is generic, it's not specific to one.
We're obviously happy to answer all your questions when
Hey,
we come back here.
we do have a parking section in our zoning now that has a formula, but I think that, and we haven't gotten much from Weston and Sampson on parking, but I think we're trying to have adequate parking, but we're not trying to have excessive parking so that we can avoid the sea of asphalt issue, which is, impervious stormwater runoff. We'd like to keep the parking adequate, but to a minimum.
Okay.
And we had that discussion yesterday on our site walk, because there are sections of North Tiverton where it's just asphalt everywhere. And so again, I'm not sure that this language in 8 is appropriate. I think we should get rid of that
I struck it,
altogether.
just
Strike
submission
it.
of parking plan.
And then just have a parking plan. And then I think, when applicants come in, we can remind them that we'd like to see parking that is safe and adequate, but not excessive.
Okay. Hours of operation, you've struck that in other areas, but I think it's appropriate here where they are prohibiting access between 11 PM and 6 AM.
I think that's appropriate, yeah, I think so too. You don't want to have noise at night.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure 11 is a little late. I mean,
Okay.
honestly, that's the kind of thing that I'd like ask the police chief and see what they thought about a time.
Yeah, but we need some language tonight.
Okay, well, we need some language tonight. I don't know, 11 feels late to me, but.
It's also in the industrial zone.
Yeah, but that's right across the street from houses on Fish Road.
Yeah, and it backs up to some houses too. That
Let's.
We can change it to 10.
I'm gonna say 10.
Let's go with 10.
10 is arbitrary, but let's go with 10.
It's not arbitrary, you're choosing that based on the fact that where the industrial zones are located, adjacent to residential
I'm sorry,
zones,
that
correct?
was a bad word to
Yes, it
use
was.
with lawyers in the room.
Yes, very bad word. It's well thought out based on where the industrial zone is located
Yes.
adjacent to other zones.
Yes, exactly.
And safety concerns otherwise,
Exactly.
right?
Okay, I think we have a plan.
Bill?
Given the refinement of the definition of
Yes.
storage, should this, on the use table, should line item C be changed?
The title,
Yes.
I would like to, but again, we'd have to make a corresponding change in the definition
Got it.
section,
Okay.
so I think
All right, never mind.
let
Then
that
the
sit in
definition,
dog lay.
let it- yeah.
What about water fire suppression?
That's a fire code issue.
Number 2.
I know, but does number 2 cover the water, the fire suppression thing?
there shall be adequate.
That's a
Fire
building
code.
code issue.
I would
That's up to the
Yeah.
state fire, that's up to
And
the
the
state
fire
fire
marshal.
regulations and the,
Yeah, they have to figure out if there's adequate water, not us.
No, we'll leave that there, but any other discussion about the mini self-storage for the industrial zone with these standards?
No.
No,
Again, previously allowed by special use permit in the general commercial and highway commercial. Are we discussing that or not?
No.
No.
Let's make those notes.
just industrial.
Okay. All right. We're all good with that then?
Yep.
All right. Let's get back to work.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Public utility uses, electric power generating. Previously by special use permit in the industrial zone. Yes, no, we don't care.
I will say this entire section is like, I might as well be looking at algebra here, because I don't know what things, you know, where we have any authority and where the utility company just comes in and says, I have no idea.
Well. Until we're told we don't have the authority, we do have some criteria here for at least the electric power substation and water tower. Do you want to just skip to those?
Yes.
Okay, so electric power generating station previously was a special use permit in the industrial zone. Are we leaving that as a no?
I think electric power generating station, I think that's a no in all zones.
Okay, everyone agree?
It stays a no in all zones.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So the electrical power substation.
Now, this goes to what Tricia was just saying. We don't really know,
What we're talking about.
what we're talking
Okay.
about, because if the utility needs it, they need it, and it's, but I would still say, I would still keep it a no in all districts except industrial, where we could have it as a permitted use with, did Ashley provide
She
us
did.
with any?
Yeah.
She did.
She did for
Okay.
that.
Yep.
And is everybody good with the language she has? So it would be a permitted use only in the industrial zone, and using Ashley's standards.
Right, and everybody else, if they really did, right, they could get a use variance.
Yes.
Okay.
As to the standards that Ashley suggested for the electric power substation, number 6 is about a noise management plan. I'm going to add that it be an engineer stamped plan.
Okay.
And then criteria number 1, she has 500 feet from any residential zoning district or occupied residential structure. I don't know why the word occupied was included there. I think it should just be stricken.
Yes, strike occupied. But the 500 feet is a good precaution.
Okay. All right. So previously, just so we have everything on the table here, special use permit previously in the R60, R80, general commercial and highway commercial. Are we still saying no, or permitted with these standards?
I mean, I would eliminate it from the residential zones unless the power company came and was like, hey, we have a problem in this neck of the woods and we gotta figure out a way to generate or transfer more energy. But I think out of the gate, my position would be no.
Yeah, mine
As to the
would be
residential
similar.
zones, right?
Residential zones.
No
Okay.
residential zones.
All agree on that?
We have no
Yes.
more substation, they eliminated it.
What about the
One
general and
only
highway
one,
commercials?
sorry,
There
one
should
of
be
the-
no residential homes within the fall
Right.
circle of the tower, should
If
it
there's
come
a
down.
This is an electric
In a
power
storm
substation.
or something.
Yeah, but these are substations. It's a,
The substation, yeah, but the towers.
That's
and
what we're talking
stuff.
about, the substations right now.
yeah, so,
What about the highway and general commercial zones? Electric power substation, that's all we're talking about.
yeah, I'd say yes, permitted with
With the
the
same
performance standards that you have.
Steve?
Yes.
Trish? Say no if you want to, I don't care.
Okay. Sure.
Yes. Rosemary?
Yes.
Chris, Bill? Electric, high voltage electric transmission towers. We have a special use permit for that in the waterfront zone. Previously, special use permit in all residential zones, general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial.
Are those, let me just ask this, are those what's on the telephone poles that go down the main roads? Is that what those are technically?
High voltage
High voltage
electrical.
electricity.
I don't think so.
transmission?
No,
High
I think
voltage
those are-
ones are the big towers.
These
Yeah.
are the ones
We're-
at the
we're-
power plant,
the big
across 24.
Erector set looking.
Correct, that's what, okay.
We're
It's the ones
talking
they're
about
gonna replace,
the really big ones,
the tall ones that are going across the river.
yeah.
Way down the
I
power
would
plant.
not put that in residential. Again, without the power company saying, God, we gotta do this, I mean, out of the gate, I don't think that should be present in a residential.
I completely agree
So-
with that. It,
I mean, if it's that bad, like, variant, but.
Except they already
I just, why don't we just say no then?
Because you allow it in this, in the waterfront one zone,
Yeah,
by
but that's,
special
they're
use.
already there.
Okay,
They're there.
okay. We're changing it to permitted or special use anywhere.
I would, you know what, I would almost say no everywhere, except waterfront,
And let them ask for a use variance?
and let them ask for a use variance if they need it.
Actually, you know what, I'd even say that in the waterfront. I just say
Yeah.
no everywhere and let them ask for a use.
You already did the waterfront. You're not changing that on me tonight. We're not talking about
All right, all right, all
waterfront.
right.
You had your 6 months, you had your 2 months of waterfront talk.
Okay.
We'll never finish.
The problem with that is just like the gas pipeline, I mean, it's gotta run
Yeah,
through the town.
but,
If you're gonna
but
get
but let the
electricity
utility
To
company
the
come
substations.
before the town council.
Yeah,
Let them do that.
but you can't have just one tower in the waterfront zone because you can't span
Yeah.
separation to get to someplace else where we would allow a tower or out of town.
They already run through the town,
Yeah, I know.
grandfathered in.
Okay, next one is towers, including but not limited to radio frequency towers. Special use in the waterfront zone by our previous discussions. Special use previously in 2023, R 40, 60, 80, general and highway commercial and industrial zones. We do not have, do we have standards? Yes, yeah, we have to have standards for those, yes, from the waterfront zone. And it's page 54 of the handout that you received this evening. Second to last page is easier to say.
So these, you do have some towers in town now. I would, and we're allowing those in the waterfront district. I would restrict those to the industrial. I don't think that they even, I don't think we should even have them in general commercial or highway commercial.
Okay.
Certainly not in residential.
All right, so let's start with those two.
They're huge, they're an eyesore. I'd say only an industrial, and then I would use the same
Special use criteria.
special use criteria as we have in the waterfront.
Okay, so let's start
Is
with
that
that
okay,
proposition. Industrial zone for these towers with the same criteria?
Yes.
Special use in industrial zone.
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone agrees?
Yes.
All right.
Where is the,
We all agree, not in any residential zone?
Correct.
Steve?
I don't want to look at one from my house.
yeah.
All right.
Page 54, George.
And then the general and highway commercial zones. Stu is a no. Rosemary, where do you stand on that?
Fine.
Fine means
No,
Dick?
Yeah,
can't
okay.
see.
No?
Yep,
Yes, no.
no.
Yes means no.
Apparently. Go ahead, Bill.
No.
Chris? Trish?
No.
Steve?
What's the question?
Highway
General
and
commercial
general
or
commercial.
highway commercial?
No.
Just industrial. And then if they have a problem, they come before town council.
Next, we have the water tower that is permitted by right presently in the highway, commercial, and industrial zones. Ashley has provided some criteria for this. It was previously allowed by special use permit in the residential zones and the general commercial zone. Do we want to continue to allow it as permitted by right in the highway, commercial, and the industrial zones with standards?
So we came up with we distinguished between water tower and water tank. And we came up with two different definitions. And a water tower is like what you see on the campus of Roger Williams University, a huge, and Ashley did come up with some good language that I thought was pretty good. I suppose if somebody needs that someplace in the town of Tiverton because of water pressure issues, but
Yeah, but
I don't know, certainly, we have to restrict it. And I think it was not restricted adequately in the old zoning.
But the thing is, Ashley took water tank, which we had as a separate category for a while. Ashley took it out based on correspondence from
The water
the
authority.
authority. So as of right now, there is no water tank anymore until, I guess, we get to meet with them. There's just water tower. So, so all we have tonight to opine on is water tower and the criteria that's in here.
Yeah.
Behind the top of the hill behind Pecasset Cemetery is clearly a tank.
Yeah,
That's a tank because it sits on the ground.
Right.
It's huge, but it's a tank.
It's a
so is the
tank.
one off
Okay.
Marsh.
The one
Okay,
right.
we did this in February and March, right? So, water
So
towers,
let's just restrict it to industrial.
eliminate it.
Well, wait a second.
And
I don't
use
think-
Ashley's criteria.
Water towers don't have, do water towers in this have a height limit?
In
It's
this,
not called out.
correct.
Okay, so I actually think then that the discussion that we had was that we weren't gonna allow water towers. We would allow water tanks, not water towers. That was the.
I remember that
was the
discussion.
discussion that we had. And that this happened at the zoning update committee. That was the discussion. But the tank thing, we were going to allow a non-municipal, non-utility use, and that's what triggered the contact from the water district. So nobody wanted water towers because nobody wants anything that big. So I think that water towers should be no's, and we should revisit the water tank thing after we talk to the North Tiverton Fire District, and then figure it out from there.
So
Because
put it
everybody
in-
agreed that they
put
don't
it
want
in-
a giant.
Put it in as
Well-
all no's for now, but, like agriculture, and aquaculture, we'll put it on our list of things to do, within a few months, certainly. But we do need to, Ashley did specifically send an email to several of us saying that she had gotten an email from Mr. Ouellette of the North Tiverton Fire District complaining, saying, please don't do anything with tanks until you talk to me, because we've had some problems. So.
All I would suggest is the criteria here.
So tonight, I agree with Tricia. Tonight, water tank, no everywhere.
No water tower.
I'm sorry, water tower, no water tower anywhere in any zone. We'll revisit that later, and when we get around to also looking at tanks. So we'll revisit towers and tanks. Probably never approve towers. But
I would just again say,
for tonight,
if it's a no across the board and somebody applies for a special use, a use variance, there are no standards. The standards suggested here, water towers shall be for the use of a municipality or public utility.
I was not involved in that conversation. I don't know what other members of the board were, but I have concern about the tank being taken out of here because there are many tanks down the south end.
Water tank was never a use category.
Okay. I mean,
It was
because-
proposed, it was put in as a draft and then removed.
Okay, because there are tanks down there and new construction, they're putting tanks in because the water isn't potable.
Well, I don't know, I understand Todd's conundrum here, but I still don't think that we want to say, unless you want to just pick one zone until we get the tower.
It's already permitted by right in the highway, commercial, and industrial zones.
So why don't we just like.
I'm just saying, don't change it, but add these standards.
Right, but it needs a height then added to it, 35 feet,
Okay?
which isn't tall enough to have a water tower, but if you put it in there, then we're not going to have a water tower.
They can get a dimensional
But
variance.
the problem is, it's completely dependent on topography.
Right.
If it's flat, like up
They're never
Stafford,
going to put one in.
So,
it wouldn't do you any good to put a tank in, or very little good. You gotta get it up high enough to develop the pressure you're trying to.
Right,
Right,
but
right.
that's why I'm saying put it at 35 feet because for now, then it just,
So Todd, why don't you keep it in industrial and highway commercial?
not in highway commercial.
Not in
It's
highway commercial,
where it's
just
permitted
in
now.
industrial. And then use Ashley's use table, but also add a height restriction.
Height 35 feet, I will add. Her first standard was, I'm just going to change word from not allowed to prohibited. She had a criteria about security plan. I'm actually going to steal the security plan language from the hotel performance standards where it has to be approved by the police department. The police department is the one that keeps it. Planning board never sees that security plan. You're okay? Okay. Okay, municipal water and sewer lines. In 2023 was a special use permit in the open space zone for some reason.
That should just,
Leave that as a no? Okay. Public utility, the very last use in this section. Public utility, structure, not otherwise specified. It was special use permit in all the residential zones, general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial zones. Again, we don't have any standards, even if you wanted to make it permitted with a standard of some sort. Do you want that to remain as a no?
yes, please.
Everyone agree?
Yes,
If we can't define it, we can't write standards.
exactly.
Could be anything.
Okay, moving on, open recreation or recreation uses. Golf course. You've placed golf courses on the prohibited list, so I assume this stays no everywhere, yes?
Because of the water.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it should be in the table, but
I think you should strike it.
strike it from the table entirely, because it's on the prohibited list? Okay.
Accommodate a golf club as long as it's a putter.
Driving tee or range, miniature golf course, similars. Permitted by special use permit in the general and highway commercial zones previously. We do not have any standards for it. I don't know if you need any standards for it.
I think you probably do. My guess
I would
is
say
this is
lighting.
one that you should probably leave as a no until we can come up with some standards, especially like if it abuts a residential neighborhood or,
Okay.
that might be a place where you actually do have hours of operation if it's, you know.
Okay. Continuing public park to include structures for shelter, education, comfort of users. Previously a special use permit in the open space zone. No standards for this. Do you want to permit it just as it is? Or say a no?
I think we should leave it a no until we have some sort of standards.
Ashley didn't give us any standards on that one.
Correct. Yes, we have some, I'm sorry. I misspoke, we have some from the waterfront zone.
Yeah, that's right. We had a lot of
Performance standards.
discussion about it.
Oh, yeah. More hard.
Performance standards. No, we decided to strike any standards, I think, is what it was, yeah. We just allowed it by right.
Yep, yep.
I mean, going back to our earlier, wouldn't the, for open space, wouldn't the, so we're getting word starts with the letter C, conservation easement, dictate some limitations or guidelines as a result.
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe just make it a P, let them sort out if they're allowed with their conservation easements. Right? I mean, technically, Weedon Woods, I guess, is a public park, right?
Yeah. I would be inclined to go that route, make it a P, let them sort it out based on the easement in place.
Yeah, I would agree with
Yes, I would agree. But where else?
C1, we're just talking C1 here.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. Does everyone agree with that for C1? Open space permitted by right with no standards?
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And C2?
What's the comment? What is the comment type of those things?
That was special use permit required in each of the residential zones previously. Is there, Weedamore Woods, is that what you?
Weedamo.
Weedamo, I'm sorry.
Move, technically.
You actually have a use in the farming or raising of animals section. It's called preserve for the protection of wildlife and plant life. Permitted everywhere. I don't know how that is much different than park, but,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Repeat that, please.
Preserve for the protection of wildlife and plant life. Is that Weedamode?
Weedamo.
Weedamode,
Me to move.
whatever.
Well, kind of, but it's also full of hiking trails that are maintained for public hiking and, recreation.
So
Both, kind of.
anyways, that may fall into that category rather than a public park category.
Well, I still think we can make it a P.
I do too.
Yeah,
And you all agreed to
I
it.
agree.
What about C2 to include furnishing of food and drink and personal services
Do
and
we have
equipment?
some criteria for that?
No. No,
We don't?
no.
Well, then, I don't think that, I think that should stay a no in the open space, but the residential zones, it should have, I mean, if we're, it should be a special use permit, but we need some criteria.
Okay, tell me what you want, and we'll do it. We had, I think we had previously seen some criteria with the waterfront zone.
Yes, we did, because we were talking about encouraging pocket parks.
To see,
Ah, yes.
did you find it?
I did, and I'll read it to you. There's 5 categories previously suggested when we talked about the waterfront. First, food service is limited to prepackaged foods only. No food preparation is allowed on-site, ensuring minimal infrastructure and impact. Well, we don't need that last part of the sentence, but the point is, prepackaged food, no food preparation on-site. Do you want that?
Yes.
Yes.
The next is, any buildings within the park related to these services shall be limited to 150 square feet or smaller.
Yep.
Yes.
The park and its incidental services may operate from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
No, because the town, this is a public park, that means it's a town
The
or
town
state
decides.
entity, and the recreation committee sets the hours for operation.
And I think that's why we didn't create any criteria for the waterfront zone.
Because they get to set the rules.
Right. That's why we didn't even, we struck these about food limited to prepackaged, 150 square foot. Do you want to continue to do this?
What else?
We struck that?
Yeah, when we talked about it in the
What did-
waterfront,
what-
because it's gonna be a town park.
Did we leave the prepackaged food part?
No,
We didn't do anything.
no.
I think you let the recreation committee sort it out, and the council's got to approve it, so.
So just, let's make it a permitted use without any performance standards.
Does everyone agree?
In which zone, Stu?
And it would be a permitted use in
We're talking about the residential zones where it was
in the
previously.
in the residential zone, in all of the residential zones.
Any place you had a park,
Yeah. Yep,
if we had, wherever occurring.
yeah.
Okay, so,
Permitted.
Because this is a public park, so it's not a,
Needs a food truck.
okay,
Well, recreation.
so we're talking about saying 2 different things. First, residential zones, you want to make it permitted. Does everyone agree?
Yes.
Yep.
Residential zone, Steve?
Yes.
All right. What about general commercial, highway commercial, already permitted, waterfront, industrial, and open space zones permitted?
No food and drink in the open space zones.
Okay,
That's my opinion.
so we'll keep that a no?
But we do it Pardon Gray, on Pardon
Yeah, but-
Gray Day.
But those are special events. You can do, those
Yeah.
are different, but
Everyone agree? Not permitted, we're just talking about C2, furnishing food, drink, and personal services in the open space. Not permitted.
in open space.
Not permitted.
Rosemary?
right.
Yes.
Industrial zone? Not permitted? Everyone,
It's
Steve?
gonna throw apart.
Not permitted.
Yes.
All right, next, bathing beach. I don't care about that. Municipal commercial swimming pool. Nothing to change there. Riding stable, do we want to get into that?
No, that should go in like, in that whole.
It's still a no?
Animal husbandry
Yeah,
thing.
that stays all no's until we figure it out.
Boat and yacht club used to be a special use permit in the R30 and R40 zones. I don't know how. But
Now it's, those are.
But now it's
those are
P in waterfront,
It,
right?
it, it's just
Correct.
waterfront, so,
so just leave it
Yep.
as no's.
yes.
Where are we? Indoor commercial recreational use, previously special use in the general and highway commercial zones.
That needs to stay in no until we figure out exactly what indoor
Yep.
commercial recreation is.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Campgrounds are now prohibited, so do you want me to strike that?
Yeah, just get rid of that whole category.
Professional home office, previously special use in the residential zones.
Those, I think, can be permitted by right with the performance criteria that we have.
Does everyone agree?
And we set that for when we did waterfront, right?
It's just a straight reference to Article 6, Section 10, which is specific to the home office use.
Okay.
So
We would permit it by right in the residentials.
permitted by right in residential with performance standards taken from waterfront.
No, there aren't any waterfront standards
No,
for it.
it's
It's
Article
Article
6, Section 10.
Oh, Article 6, Section 10. Okay, that's new language. If you
No.
actually,
We used that language when we did the waterfront amendments.
yeah. It's not in the code.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's in one of these.
I'm sorry, it is, we do have professional
Yeah.
home office in the performance criteria of all services must be provided indoors, interior space for home office shall not exceed 350 square feet, not employ more than one additional employee.
Yep.
Off-street parking shall be provided for the employee and our clients and customers.
Good.
Same?
That's good. That's good.
Professional and general office was a special use permit in the industrial zone previously. You have permitted it in the waterfront zones.
There is criteria for it.
Right.
I'm looking for it.
Ashley just gave us some.
She gave us new criteria.
It's on page 5 of the, so,
Bottom.
Yep.
so I don't see why you can't have an office building in the industrial zone if you want to have one there, so why not?
All right, so let's talk about where it's permitted. Professional office, professional and general office. Are we going to permit that in the industrial zone by right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. All right, it's already, I'll strike it from the VC zone, don't worry. It's otherwise,
already in waterfront.
it's otherwise permitted in the waterfront, GC and HC, okay?
Yes.
And Bill, you've identified the criteria from Ashley?
Yes, except I have a question about the
Go ahead.
criteria. So, the operating hours, again, I extend license, things like, I just don't think we should get in the business of, you know.
Does everyone agree?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I don't really, leasing of on-site facilities to third parties is prohibited. I don't know what that
I
means.
question that me
And does that
myself.
mean if you're the landlord, you can't lease it to a tenant?
It made no sense to me.
That was my first thought.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
understand that.
we're gonna scratch through.
Does anyone understand that?
No, I was very good.
Okay, go on.
I'm okay with the third one, because I think I understand that means that you can have like an office little kitchenette, but you
Yep.
can't have a commercial kitchen. Is that what I
Yes.
think?
Yep,
Number 5, I think we should strike, that's a town council thing.
that's the alcohol. Everyone
Yeah.
agree?
What is commercial sales services offered on site to the public is prohibited? Commercial sales services, I'm not sure what that means.
I didn't understand why we would prohibit that anyways.
I think we should strike that, because I don't, unless someone
Or,
understands
or,
that sentence.
I think the intent was to prohibit it from becoming a retail outlet. In my opinion, you should still allow accessory sales, but then also things like lawyer service, professional services, right? Is
Right,
this
but the
prohibited?
thing- But the thing is, retail's a permitted use there too. Like, it's all permitted in the same zone, so what, like, so I don't know. I think 6 doesn't make any sense. I would scratch
What if you
that.
did retail sales? Retail sales is only permitted as an accessory use.
Okay.
Yes,
Does that make sense?
yes, because that gives a little more flexibility to it.
I think that was the intent.
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
Would that though, if somebody wanted to have a building, right, that had offices and retail in it, then would that fall under the mixed, the category that you created for the mixed thing? Let me-
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry, I'm getting tired, I can't remember.
No. So later on, we have the single or multiple structure shopping centers, malls, mini malls, strip malls. We also have mixed-use complex of up to, with different sizes for retail, commercial, or office uses permitted within the district by right or by special
Okay,
use.
so they'd be covered under that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So retail sales only as accessory.
And that replaces the current.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. We're okay with fabricating, assembling?
Yeah, I think so.
I question why we're limiting the size to 20,000 square feet. Especially if you're in the industrial zone with a large lot. Again, I think you covered, as we've talked about before, by lot coverage restrictions as it is.
But.
Building
Well, keep
coverage,
this in mind,
actually.
though. It's 20,000 square feet, but you can have 2 stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
35, so that's, like, you could have a bigger building.
I'm just putting it out there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you want to leave it at 20,000 square feet?
yes. Yes.
Bill?
We're not talking about a factory here. You know, we're not
No.
talking, it shouldn't be a huge, it doesn't need a lot of space.
I would,
Professional and general office in Tiverton shouldn't need more, 20,000 square feet is about the size of the 2 pharmacies in town. That's a pretty good-sized building, and you can put a second floor on it. So you can actually get 40,000 square feet. That's enough.
Nobody's gonna have enough water to do it.
Okay.
I think it-
What were you going to say, Bill?
no, I was fine with keeping
Okay.
it as is.
Any other discussion about the professional and general office? Okay. Banks, we're okay with this. We don't have any criteria. We're not changing anything. They were not special uses before.
What do we have for the waterfront for those?
Looks like it was permitted.
Permitted, yep. In the W-2.
Actually, just W2.
We're okay?
Yep.
Continuing
Yep.
on?
Yep.
You're doing good, don't worry. Drive-through for these office uses.
Yes.
We have criteria, special use criteria for the W2 zone.
These should be they should be special uses in everywhere where you can have a bank.
Everywhere you can have a bank. So that would be general commercial and highway commercial
Yeah. W2 and industrial.
in the W2, okay? Does everyone agree?
Yeah, W2 isn't marked on that, but it is on the other thing. One thing about.
Whoa, stop. What do you mean it's not marked on that?
No. Never mind. I was confused.
Okay.
Don't mind me. But I do have one thing about drive-throughs, which I noticed. We talked about pharmacies being able to have drive-throughs, and this is just a side comment before I forget it. And nowhere in here can a pharmacy get a drive-through.
They are in a different section, yes?
They just fall under general retail, and we didn't put anything in there for that.
Shouldn't it be up there with the medical, hospital, medical centers and that kind of stuff?
Yep, not in there.
No, it's not in there.
We can add the same line, any of the above permitted uses within the section that includes a drive-through.
But we said only pharmacies, like not other kinds of retail establishments.
Pharmacies and banks.
Pharmacies and banks for the two. So unless you want to make some sort of special note for pharmacies, I don't know where, from a planning point of view, I don't know how the right way to do that is, but we did want to allow pharmacies to have.
Well, we don't, yeah, I mean, we're not calling out, we used to call out pharmacy specifically, and now we've sort of just made it all generic, and we're saying retail business less than 20,000
Right.
versus 20 to 40,000.
Yeah.
So could you, Todd could probably add a little line in there that says pharmacies are permitted to have drive-throughs. By right.
Would they be special use though?
Yes,
Well,
no, it's a
right.
special use, but with all that same, I mean, the criteria is all there. You just don't know how you annotate it.
So now we have two different things going on. We have 7D, and now we've just introduced.
I
the
mean, my
pharmacy.
suggestion would be, we let Todd make a note of it, and you, however you and Ashley think the right way to put it in.
No, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm gonna suggest that I add a use, actually,
Okay.
for pharmacy with or without drive-through.
Okay,
I'll put it in the section that has the hospital and medical centers.
okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's a good place to put it.
That's a good place to put it.
And then the only standards you would want would be the drive-through standards.
Right,
Which
Exactly.
we've already captured.
yeah. So it'd be permitted in all the same places general retail would be permitted, right? That retail under,
Yeah, just give me 1 second. All right.
What about other drive-throughs, like a drive-through coffee shop or?
No, they're prohibited.
They're coming though. Everything's gonna be drive-free.
In Tiverton.
Tiverton, you're gonna have to get out of your car
Dunkin'
and walk
Donuts.
into the building now.
Trish, Dunkin' Donuts.
I know, and I am like the queen of the Dunkin' Donuts drive-through. My car just automatically pulls into everyone who goes by. Although admittedly, I don't know when I was coming to here on Saturday, before the meeting, I wanted a nice coffee, of course I did. So I went to the Dunkin' Donuts up on Main Road. And the drive-through was all the way down into the entrance, which I've seen before on Saturdays or Sundays, right? They're queuing in the entrance. So I went around, I went through the Tom's Market side entrance on Russell Street, and there was this huge line of cars waiting for things. I parked my car, I walked to the store, and the person said, "What can I get you?" And I said, "Oh, nice coffee." And they handed it to me, and I left. Meanwhile, all those people sitting in those cars were probably there for a half an hour.
I'm sorry.
No, take your
I
time.
think there's anything to be sorry about.
Is everybody good with going on for a bit more? Do you think we can realistically wrap this up?
I think the, yes.
Okay, good. We'll do it.
I'm going to add to the public, semi-public uses section, section 4, which has the hospitals, medical centers, use Q, pharmacy with drive-through. With drive-through. Special use permit required in the general highway, commercial, and waterfront zones, because that's where pharmacy was previously permitted. Pharmacy without drive-through, same zones, just permitted?
Just permitted by right.
Okay. When we did the waterfront zone for retail business, section 10, I know we're skipping, but we need to do this. We had performance standards for that retail business of less than 20,000 square feet. Do you want me to limit the size of the pharmacy to no greater than 40,000 square feet? To be consistent with the retail uses?
I would say yes.
Yes.
And as you can see, when we did that with the retail businesses, we had performance standards for the waterfront zones. Right, and those standards were setback of 300 feet from a residential use or district, which did not apply to the waterfront zone, though. Hours of operation, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. I think we need to kill that.
Yeah.
Parking area shall be primarily to the side and rear of the primary structure. And landscaping standards from the subdivision regulations.
Yes.
Okay,
But,
yeah,
but here's the thing, is the 300-foot setback,
yeah.
that's not gonna fly in a whole bunch of zones. Like,
That's too much.
it's too much, just based on the way our commercial stuff is laid out.
Okay,
I'd say 100-foot setback.
I don't even know, like.
just use the standard setback. Well, this is only from a residential use, though, don't forget.
Right, but think of how our zones are like strips, right?
Yeah.
And that's the problem, and some of the lots are small, so, I mean, I think you just gotta use the setbacks
That are inherent to.
To that district.
to that district, because
Okay, let's
otherwise,
do that, let's do that.
you'll be making it so that nobody can build anything.
Yeah,
Is that true for the pharmacy as well as the retail business of
Yes.
20 to 40? And
Yeah.
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's, when we get to the retail business, that's one of the ones I crossed out on my list, because I don't think you can do it.
You don't want an increased setback when it's adjacent to a residential use
It would
or
be
zone?
good, but I think we'll be basically, like, if you had a 100-foot setback, there are literally lots that are only 100 feet deep before they, like, you know.
I know, but
And
we
it-
spent a long time talking about this last time.
Yeah,
I know.
yes,
But
yes.
there's not a lot of, when you actually look at what's on the ground, there's not a lot of options there. I mean, we can require landscape buffers and things like that to try and shield things, but
But we're actually trying to move the buildings closer to the sidewalk, so, you know, in the form-based code, at least in one of the form-based code, I think it's a traditional Main Street, the setback is 0. So, you know, so that the building is right up onto the sidewalk in a traditional Main Street, like, you know.
What about side or rear setbacks? Do you want to increase those when they're adjacent to a residential zone?
I just go with the setbacks that exist now.
So if we do that, is there any, from a process perspective, is there any recourse that we have to, in specific situations where there is, you know,
Complaining neighbors.
well, yeah, just the specifics of the lot or lots in question would warrant a revisiting of the setbacks beyond what is inherent in that zone.
So would the planning board have the discretion I think we would have the discretion to at least talk to the applicant and say, well, in this particular instance, we're going to suggest that you move your
It's a
building
suggestion, though, it's not
farther,
correct.
you
It's
know.
not,
Would we have to give them a waiver?
It would not be anything, it would not be a regulation, it would be a discussion. But I think that if a situation like that arose, Bill, I think that the applicant would probably be very amenable to anything we suggested. If we thought that the situation needed a, you know, a fairly large setback, larger than what is permitted in that zone. But I just go with what is permitted in the zone. This is an issue that we've never really been able to really get a hold of. But
It pretty much comes under the,
But Tricia is exactly right. I mean, we did that site visit yesterday morning of North Tiverton, and I can tell you that, the form-based code zone, that's just a thin ribbon strip up and down Main Street, Main Road, and, there's just no room there for setbacks.
Bill wants an enforcement mechanism, is what I'm hearing.
yeah, I just think
And
it's
you can
in the
make them-
best interest of the stakeholders for that.
You can make the applicant, though, ask for a variance. And I understand 300 feet is probably unreasonable. You could say a 10% additional setback, right? Side and rear setbacks when adjacent to a residential use or zone. It's pretty minimal.
that'll that'll be almost every property all the way up and down Main Road.
Yeah, because they all back up onto houses.
I mean, one of the things, as much as we can do this, we should do it. But one of the things that people also have to accept, if you choose to buy a house that is adjacent to a commercial zone, that was a choice you made. We're not adding, we're not creating all this new commercial stuff that we're putting in the middle of the neighborhoods. I mean, the zones are kind of set. And so I think, and that probably factors into the price that you paid for the house. Like, there's a certain amount of, I'm accepting that, I'm gonna be there. I think we can try and do a lot with buffering, with vegetative landscape, with not, requiring them to keep their things like dumpsters and stuff X amount of feet away from the property line. I mean, I think there's stuff we can do, but I just worry that, the setback thing gets complicated. And I understand what Todd's saying about giving variances, and I know that we will have to do that sometimes, but I also think that in that situation, you run the risk where the citizens get really upset because, we're giving a variance, and it says here they're supposed to have this, and it just puts you in a situation where it's like, and then people feel like their own board doesn't care about that.
Sure, no, valid, super valid points. I will withdraw my zeal.
But to get a variance, you have to show that that condition is unique and different, and that's why you need relief.
Okay, so based on that discussion,
We're just gonna go with whatever it is,
from
the setbacks.
I'm striking the performance standards regarding the setbacks
Yes, yes.
and the hours of operation from the retail business of all sizes, the mixed-use complex of all sizes. Yes?
Yes.
The 300 foot is gonna still remain for waterfront.
No.
No?
Criterion does not
Goes
apply
away.
to waterfront. Just does not apply to
No,
waterfront.
there is, there is.
I'm just not, okay, it's good, okay.
I wouldn't
Oh,
strike,
sorry.
I wouldn't strike all of them yet. I think there's,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
we have to.
Hold on, Trish. Want to know what we're up to? We took a detour to do the pharmacy. Okay, so I think we're all set there now. And I think we are on restaurants, section 8. We should be able to do these quickly, okay?
Just one second, Todd, where did you
Yeah.
have pharmacy to, which section?
Section 4.
The one with the hospitals. So section 8, restaurants, right? Previously, you had a special use permit in the industrial zone for restaurant not including entertainment. We have standards for the waterfront zone. Do you want those two? First, do you want to allow restaurant not including entertainment in the industrial zone?
Yes.
Everyone agree with that?
They cater to the clientele.
Okay. Performance, or permitted by right with performance standards, just like the waterfront zone?
Shift the waterfront ones too.
We can steal the waterfront zone.
But I would leave this setback because
42.
it specifically says about how it can be adjusted.
Yes.
So I would leave that setback there.
Okay. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to apply those standards to the general commercial and highway commercial zones as well. Okay? And village commercial is changed to a no. All right, restaurant including entertainment with special use permit in general and highway commercial and in the industrial zone. As you can see, we have it as special use permit in the waterfront zones. What would you like to do in these other three?
Have a note here, I was looking, I can't find the special use permit criteria for that.
It doesn't follow restaurants not.
Page 51 of tonight's pass out, zoning amendment, waterfront, PB approved. At the bottom.
Passed out tonight,
Yep, there you go.
Restaurant including entertainment.
wait,
Yeah, it's right at the bottom of the page on 51.
51. Oh, okay, that's not in the other one I printed out, okay.
Do you want to have it by special use in the general highway commercial and industrial zones?
No, I think it should be a permitted use.
Okay. It's special use in the waterfront zone, and that's why I asked.
I
But
think it should, just because they're gonna have entertainment, like this is coming in with an entertainment thing, right? So I think that's a special use permit.
Even in the other districts?
Yeah, I do, I think that, because if that's the one place, like, if you would abut residential property, I think it should be a special use permit. I think the abutters should get notified, I think they should have a chance to like,
Okay, agreed. So special use permit in those other, in general commercial, highway commercial, industrial,
Dick?
and with all of the specific and objective criteria taken from the waterfront district. We'll
Yep.
just steal that from the waterfront.
Dick?
I'm good with it.
Agreed. Rosemary? Chris?
Reasonable.
Bill?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
but. Now, a second, I made a note about something here on this. Do both the restaurant things, the special use criteria and the performance standards talk about, do they have the same requirement for garbage, for dumpsters?
They
Because
have screening requirements.
one of them did and one of them didn't, I thought. Because the regular restaurant
They have the
talks
same
about
screening.
I mean,
They both have.
there's screening.
Waste
There's
disposal
no-
areas.
And the regular restaurant, I think, says something about waste.
Yes, it does. All waste disposal areas and equipment shall be screened from view.
And then there's,
That is not in the including entertainment.
I mean, can we just lift and shift it from the other one?
Yes.
Here.
So Trish, you want that included? All waste disposal?
yes.
All right. Everyone agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Bar or nightclub without adult entertainment. You have that as a special use in the waterfront zones. It was previously special use, general commercial, highway commercial, industrial, and open space.
Open space.
So let's just go,
Strike open space.
Yeah, strike
Make
open
that no. It's the easiest decision all night. Oops.
all right,
So,
yeah.
this occurred to me, and I'm not sure that this is what we meant. Does a bar or nightclub inherently have an entertainment that's not adult entertainment?
Yes, adult entertainment means strip club.
No, I
No,
know
no,
that.
no. No, but just like a bar, like having a band play.
Yeah, so you know how we have restaurant with entertainment, restaurant without entertainment thing? We seem to have bar or nightclub, and a bar doesn't necessarily automatically come with an entertainment license, or does it?
What?
Translate, Billy.
Well, no, I think what Tricia is saying is that when we talked about restaurants,
Yes.
we had with entertainment, without entertainment.
Correct.
For bar or nightclub.
We add the modifier of adult.
We did, but I think what you're stating is that
What
we
if
should
somebody
probably
wants-
have
Yep,
bar nightclub with entertainment, not of the adult variety,
right.
and bar nightclub without entertainment.
Yeah, so if somebody, for example, wants to open a sports bar, or, you know, it's just like a pub, they don't need an entertainment license because they don't have any live music.
Because adult entertainment is defined.
As a strip club,
Yeah.
I know. But what
So
do you-
that means entertainment alone is not adult entertainment.
Right,
So
I
there
think
is
this-
entertainment.
yeah, I
So,
think,
so restaurant, including entertainment, does not include adult entertainment.
I know.
Correct.
So we don't need to specify, does not include adult
But
entertainment.
here's what I'm trying to
Well,
say.
no. The problem is not with the restaurant,
Okay.
it's with bar or nightclub, is that we are not, put adult entertainment aside for a
So you want a
moment.
bar or nightclub with entertainment.
It's not adult entertainment.
That's not.
Regular
entertainment.
regular
Music.
entertainment.
Live
Okay.
bands.
Music, a guy with a guitar.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, in all honesty, I think you're probably more likely to face a situation where there's gonna be entertainment at a bar or nightclub versus a restaurant.
Right, but not necessarily, and I think the difference is, since you're talking about music, right? If you're not gonna have, maybe it doesn't matter, but I would just strike, I don't know,
Adult.
adult.
So you want, you want B1 bar or nightclub to be bar or nightclub with entertainment. With entertainment. Parenthesis, not adult. Is that what you want?
Yes. I guess.
Well, no, not,
I thought you were just
Do you
gonna.
have, do you have to have the?
Well,
entertainment?
so-
Do you have to have the entertainment then? What I'm trying to say is, if somebody wants to open a little pub.
you've had this ordinance for how many years? Nobody's questioned this?
Listen,
No.
you said tonight we're supposed to be doing it right. I just
So I think for this, right, we keep B2, right? That is an absolutely valid
Yes.
use with adult entertainment. For B1, I think it is, we changed that from without adult entertainment to with entertainment, parens, like Todd said, not of the adult variety or whatever the hell the
Right.
verbiage needs to be.
Then nobody can overthink it ever.
Right, and except for the question, if it says with entertainment.
Proving me
do you
wrong.
do you have to have entertainment? Or can you just say, listen, I'm just opening a sports bar.
But
we're not gonna-"
wouldn't that somehow, like, that would come through in the process, right?
Right, but it'd
Like,
be okay, you wouldn't have a zoning violation. if you
Yeah.
didn't have the entertainment, right?
Or you could say with or without entertainment, not adult,
Yeah, there you go.
with or without. So,
Yeah.
because some places will have music and some places
Some places
maybe
just
don't.
have a giant
They just have a giant
47
television.
giant televisions and
Right,
47 football games on.
okay. So now, where do we want these? They're both special use permits. With, you know, the
Before we start going to where, conceptually, are you tracking and do you agree from a legal perspective?
I think we're making this too hard. I think entertainment is implicit in a bar or nightclub, but
Okay.
Do we have a definition? Is it in the definition?
No, it's not. I couldn't.
Todd's probably got it.
you're allowed to use your common sense. And when common sense fails, you're allowed to go to Webster's dictionary as to what a bar or nightclub is. And I think that all the definitions you could find could include entertainment.
That is sound logic.
It seems like a bar doesn't need the word adult. That it doesn't have anything for children. It's just,
Well, I think the adult.
it's without entertainment, it's inclusive.
Okay.
I'm going to make it with or without entertainment, parens, not adult entertainment.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yeah.
Where do we want this? Special use in the waterfront zones right now.
Yep.
That's the regular entertainment bar. Previously special use in the highway and general commercial as well as industrial zones.
I think you could put it back in all three of those.
Yes,
Special
I
As a
agree.
special use permit,
As a special use
so
permit.
that we have,
And take that criteria out of the waterfront district.
Yes,
Slide it
Just
there.
steal the language.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
With adult entertainment. We have criteria from the waterfront zone in anticipation of this because we knew we had to include this use. It was previously allowed by special use permit in the highway commercial zone.
That's the only place it should go.
Yeah, highway commercial.
And that includes your former criteria of 1,000 feet from any church, school, daycare center,
Yep,
residence, okay?
yep.
Yep.
And we've got the criteria.
Yes,
So this will be a special use.
correct. Everyone agrees?
Just in, just in the highway commercial.
Okay.
And could we add two things that aren't there?
Certainly.
To both of these? One is it's from the restaurant, including entertainment. The restaurant will not employ flashing laser or strobe lights that are visible outside the building. Can that get added for both categories of bar?
I think that's a great idea.
And also, can they get the same language about screening for their dumpsters that the restaurants got?
Yep. Anything else? That's it? Okay.
Service business?
Nope, charging on. Theater or concert hall was a special use permit in the general commercial zone.
Do we have any criteria for it?
No.
And I think we should wait, hold it till we get some.
Yeah, let's have, let's keep that as a no.
Right, as that's telling me, it is a permitted use in the highway commercial zone.
I would say no, because we need to think about, you know, a theater or a concert hall is good use, but we haven't thought through, and we don't have any language from that, Ashley,
Okay.
as to what our specific criteria would be.
Any of the above uses with a drive-through.
We're not permitting drive-throughs for any of those above uses.
For bars or restaurants?
No,
That's-
we are,
Okay.
we have agreed not to have drive-throughs for restaurants, fast food restaurants, convenience stores like Seasons.
Okay. Just let me say,
So only the drive-throughs going forward in Tiverton, the only drive-throughs would be for banks and pharmacies.
understood, I'm just going to say it anyways. 2023, you permitted drive-throughs for restaurants in general and highway commercial zones.
No.
Still a no? Special use, permitted?
How about
Thoughts?
Patricia's Dunkin' Donuts.
I know, I'm just gonna have to.
Steve?
I'm just gonna get
That's
out there.
grandfathered in. That's
Bite the
grandfathered
bullet.
in.
I
We don't
don't
need
know,
any more
no,
of
I
these.
guess, but
Well, you can have an opinion.
So, Stu, could I just, I'm not necessarily disputing it, but if someone wanted to, in highway commercial, open something with like a restaurant with a drive-through, you're inclined not to support that?
Yes, strongly inclined.
I think it limits the type of restaurant that could open there. You know what I mean? You're gonna get a Panera, you're not getting a McDonald's.
yeah, I agree with you, Bill.
You
And
know,
there's
it's
gonna be
like-
more and more, like I said before, establishments are gonna want drive-throughs. Liquor stores, for example. Not a great idea, but they're out
Well-
there, there'll be more of them.
Especially along the highway.
Well, right now, this would just be for restaurants and bars, theaters and concert halls.
Okay, well, I think we should wait on the theater or concert hall until we figure out what to do.
That was a joke, but
Oh, okay.
that's all it could apply to. That's the section it's in.
Okay.
So, Steve, Bill, how are you feeling?
I mean, I think we will eventually get challenged by this, but for now.
Is that everyone's consensus?
Yeah.
Dick?
Yeah.
Rosemary?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Getting tired?
I am.
Okay.
But I'm still paying attention.
I know. Okay. Service businesses. Okay. Electronic or appliance repair shop was a special use permit in the highway and general commercial zones previously.
Why?
I don't know.
I think that should just be permitted.
Yeah, I agree.
Somebody's gonna fix my washing machine, I'll be happy.
Everyone agree with that?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Permitted.
Where is that, where is it permitted at?
Highway and general commercial. Oh, I'm sorry. It was village commercial before. That will remain a no. Don't worry.
Okay.
So it,
So you're really only just changing the general commercial. Okay? Veterinary office or animal hospital, previous special use in R40, 60, and 80 zones.
so
I thought we had standards.
You do, actually.
there's criteria here.
Thank you.
Page 6 of the draft standards.
Yes. First of all, do you want to allow these in any manner in the R40, 60, or 80 zone or anywhere else?
So they're permitted by right at this moment in, I'm gonna assume that's general and highway?
Yes.
Okay.
So we talked about these, this one might have to wait, because the one thing about veterinary hospitals is they're really big water users. So we had talked about some limits, both if there was public water or if there wasn't, as to, and there's a DEM model for like however many treatment stations you have a day, but they use a huge amount of water. And we had talked about that being a criteria, but I don't see it here. Same with pet grooming,
Same with what?
same with pet grooming. I that one I remember, for pet grooming, for the DEM, for your water usage, for your OWT estimate, it's 500 gallons a day per washing station.
Yeah. I remember that conversation as part of the pet grooming. I don't recall it as part of the veterinary
Right.
Yeah,
hospital.
But,
And so, Trish, you would be concerned even where we have public water here?
a little bit, let me see.
Yeah.
Let's just do it only where water and sewer are available. Or just water, I don't care. I don't know if sewer applies.
Well, I mean, it's just the people working there. So maybe public sewer is not necessarily required, but certainly public water.
But even where public water is available in the town of Tiverton, we still have constraints on water usage.
And they'd have to prove to you that they would have water available, right? That's part of the application process.
I would, yes, and the water authority would have to show us a hydraulic
Yeah.
modeling of this new business and whether or not it would impact on existing users.
Yeah, you know what, now I'm looking at this.
Yeah, we had water and outdoor exercising of animals, the space of that, that's not here.
Yeah, I think this is a good use. I think we just need to spend a little more time on it. It's one of those that just needs a little more.
So I'm changing the permit, the Ps to nos in the general and highway commercial?
No, I'd leave those Ps, but, put with it, with public water.
So we keep it permitted by use in general and highway
Yep, with public water.
with the addition of the public water standard.
Yeah.
And then we keep it nos everywhere else.
We keep it nose everywhere else till we get to a way to figure out how to, what's reasonable in places where there isn't public water.
Okay. Pet grooming, do you want to permit that anywhere with the water concerns, or just leave it no and take care of it later?
Yeah, but we are gonna come back with something, because I think there was a plan to say like, okay, you could have
3 stations.
3 stations, right? It'd be limited to three
Okay.
bathing stations.
But we're not doing it tonight, right?
We're not doing it tonight, but that's the plan.
So, moving on. General automotive repair was a special use permit in the general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial zones.
There's criteria for
There
this.
it is, bottom of page 6.
Bottom of page 6. I think it should be just permitted by right in the industrial zone. I don't know why it's a special use permit there.
So I would go along with that, permit it by right in the industrial zone, but with the
standards.
criteria, with the 5 items
Yep.
that Ashley has provided.
But I would also say though, I don't love number 2. I mean, if they don't want to put a fence around the stuff, why are we making them put a fence around the stuff?
Because some of the industrial area backs into residential. So you gotta screen that stuff, no?
Yeah, but this just says a solid fence or wall. That means like
I know.
a chain link fence? That's like.
No, it needs an opaque so that you can't see through it. It doesn't mean chain link.
Well, I mean, to that, do we need to include stuff about a vegetative buffer?
Yeah, I mean. I
So
don't-
somebody wants to do it on Fish Road, right across the street from residences. They could do it.
Yeah, I mean, that is,
You know,
so,
I mean, the most recent repair shop that we have in town on Main Road is a horrible eyesore, right?
right. I suppose maybe if it fronts a, if it fronts a,
Residential zone, abuts.
if it abuts on the side that abuts a residential zone, then it could require a
Zone or use.
zone, because there are some houses that are scattered there, and it's, you know, I mean, that's, I suppose zone or use, it doesn't matter, but that you could have an opaque fence or a vegetated buffer. But I just don't see, you know, if somebody wants, other than that, except for that part, why are we making somebody put a fence around it? If they don't care, why do we care?
How's everyone else feel?
I think that's a good compromise, I support it.
Chris?
Sounds reasonable.
Rosemary?
Reasonable.
Dick?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find a good automobile repair guy. Don't want to be losing them,
Yeah, but you know,
you know?
Bill? Thoughts?
I agree.
Thanks, Steve.
You beat him to the punch, Steve.
Do you want me to include the chain link language that you have? I think it is in the restaurant one with plantings every 5 feet or something
Yes,
like that?
Yes.
I think for consistency.
Which one is that in, that we're taking it from?
One of the restaurant ones, I think it is. Okay. Only in the industrial zone? What about highway, commercial, or general commercial?
I'd say highway commercial.
Yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't do it in highway commercial. I think general commercial might be a little tough.
Everyone agree highway commercial?
Highway commercial.
Okay, what about general commercial? Yes or no?
No.
I would say no.
No?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Vehicle rental agency. Are we all set with general automotive repair?
Yeah.
All right. Vehicle rental agency. Previously special use in the general and highway commercial zones as well as, well, I think industrial, hold on.
One of those things where they think you should just put a no and let them ask for use variance, because Hertz is not gonna come over.
No, it was only allowed by special use in the general and highway commercial zones. Ashley has provided some standards for that.
Yeah, I thought the standards were pretty good. I think we can continue to allow it to be done in those two zones with the standards that Ashley provided.
Permitted by right with those standards?
Well, I
Or
think
special use? Go ahead.
with number 3.
Yep.
In vehicle, I think for consistency, we should
Yep.
apply what we just covered.
General.
Buffer standards.
Yeah.
So it's Ashley's vehicle rental agency, page 7, right at the top. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I agree with Tricia. I don't think, you know, I don't.
No.
I think the vehicle rental is consolidating, not expanding. At least that's been my impression. They're consolidating around airports. They're getting out of cities. We've only got one in Fall River now. We used to have several. They're not coming to Tiverton. But if they do, highway commercial is where they belong.
What about general commercial?
No.
I would say no.
And so highway commercial is a permitted use using Ashley's standards.
All right, those standards that she provided, number 1 was the vehicle rental agency must only rent automobiles and vans on site. I want to change automobiles to passenger vehicles.
That's fine.
And then the second sentence was truck rental establishments or rental of heavy equipment is prohibited. I think that should be commercial vehicles or rental of heavy equipment is prohibited.
Good.
right? Because you can rent a
Those are.
pickup
those are-
truck now,
Yep,
all right?
better language.
What was the, what was that, I'm sorry? What's that?
That U-Haul right now.
Passenger vehicles, commercial vehicles, and
Well,
so
at the
trucks.
storage thing, industrial park,
Oh, really?
yeah.
That's old.
Yeah, those storage lockers, they rent.
And-
Oh, you're right, what
U-Hauls.
about U-Haul?
U-Haul stuff,
And they have one at Smitty's.
yeah.
Those box trucks from U-Haul, is that a commercial vehicle, though?
You don't need a CDL,
No.
Right.
So it's, yeah.
commercial
Wouldn't be
vehicle.
commercial.
Okay. Until the question comes up. Self-service car wash, special use in general commercial and highway commercial. I hear no already.
I just think the water
Yeah,
situation there.
yeah.
Okay, everyone agrees with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Storage, repair, and sales of boats and marine accessories was a special use permit in the general and industrial zones. You have it permitted in the waterfront 2 zone.
I think that it
With
could
standard.
be permitted in the industrial zone also,
Yes,
and, I'd even be okay with it in general commercial. If somebody wants to have a boat dealership.
This is not a dealership, is it? Commercial dock or tier.
So I thought we were.
No, I thought we were on L.
L,
Am I in the wrong place?
storage,
Yeah, we're-
repair.
Okay.
storage, repair, and sales of boats and marine accessories.
Yep.
Well, I'll go along with Tricia,
42.
to allow it in industrial and general commercial. Not
In
highway.
addition to
And
both
there's
waterfront.
criteria for that, right?
And there
Yes,
is
page
criteria.
42.
Yeah.
Criteria are limited, though. The only one that would apply in those 2 zones is facilities for the storage, repair, and sales of boats and marine accessories must have direct access from a public street.
Well,
I can add one, something about size if you want, as we did with the waterfront zone.
no, then maybe don't put it, you know what, maybe just let it be permitted and don't put it in the general commercial zone, put it in highway, it's permitted in waterfront 1 and 2, put it in highway, commercial, and industrial without, then the, whatever the setbacks and lot coverage and everything else is what guides it.
Yep,
We can do that.
I agree.
If you're concerned about the size, so I have the impression, Trish, and we can just steal the size from the waterfront 1 or waterfront 2 of 10,000 for the general commercial.
Okay. I'm okay with that too.
I mean, for purposes of consistency, I think you could argue.
Yep, agreed.
So I'll change the number 2 criteria to say, in the general commercial and waterfront W2 zone, the aggregate footprint shall be no greater than 10,000 square feet.
Actually, you know what, the more I think about it, I changed my mind. I'm thinking about what the zoning update committee's doing with the general commercial, and the more I think about it, the more I think it doesn't belong there. That's just me, but I think in my mind.
So-
it's a no.
So now we're just talking highway commercial,
Highway, commercial, industrial. like
industrial.
Waterfront 1, waterfront 2.
That's it. I agree. We're really looking at, upgrading the quality of general commercial, I think, and I'm not sure.
But in that case, does the size limit still apply in highway and or industrial?
No, I think then whatever the lot sizes are and the lot coverage and the.
If you want a size, Bill, tell me. We can talk about that.
No, I think if we're gonna have it covered through another means,
The lot coverage.
yes.
Okay.
Then I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Why
We'll
over-architect that.
we'll just go with the lot coverage in those particular zones.
Okay.
We don't have to do a special standard.
Retail business, section 10. Retail business of less than 20,000 square feet. That was special use permit in the VC, so that's not changing. And we already have criteria for that. Now, as we discussed probably an hour ago now, we're eliminating the 300-foot setback from residential zones and eliminating the hours of operation. Agreed?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Continuing down to single or multiple structure shopping centers. Let me try to show you the zones. Previously special use in the general and highway commercial zones.
Do we have criteria for that?
No, but we can use the same criteria that we have for the retail business or the mixed use complex. They're all the same.
So my only concern about these is, well, they definitely need design standards, but maybe that goes in the subdivision regulations.
We already have some design standards in the subdivision regulations. I'm sure you're going to build those out more.
Okay.
So, what are we doing?
I'm going to be a contrarian here and say, do we really want strip malls, any more strip malls in the town of Tiverton? Do we really want shopping centers in the town of Tiverton? We're talking about over 40,000 square feet. That's pretty big. That's twice the size of the two pharmacies that we have in town. I don't, I would be inclined to say no to all of this. And I don't think you can put lipstick on the pig called a strip mall, for example, with design standards. I mean, architectural design standards for what we've got in this category, I don't think is going to make much difference. I mean, maybe I'm being a little too elitist here, but I don't know where you guys are coming from on zoning revision committee, but, I kind of thought that zoning revision was kind of headed in the direction of saying, strip malls, no.
All right, Stu's a no on the strip malls. Dick?
Yeah, I no on the strip malls.
Steve?
I don't know, I think with design constraints that they could be acceptable, but that's me.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
I thought the purpose behind this, this category was that could have something on a parcel that wasn't had multiple buildings. They weren't
Yes.
necessarily connected.
You are allowed that.
Villagey kind of thing.
We talked about disconnecting so that you wouldn't have a strip mall, but you could have several different businesses.
A
on
shopping
single
center may be
plot plan.
composed of one or more structures.
Yes.
Right. So,
And that can be cleaned up with architectural design standards, but a strip mall is.
That's in the definition,
Yeah, exactly.
that it may be multiple
that it may
structures.
be multiple structures.
Maybe.
Right, but we can require that. I mean, okay, I'm not talking about a strip mall that's 500 or 700 feet long with just, all this stuff, right?
With a sea of
With
asphalt
a
in
sea.
front of it.
But
Is
that
that's what they're,
doesn't, but that
that's
doesn't
how
mean
they're
that
designed.
we wouldn't want a structure that's like three little shops all in one building.
But that's not called a strip mall. We do have a definition for strip mall.
Right, Stu, and it's an aggregate of 40,000 square feet. It's shopping centers, malls, mini malls, and strip malls is the defined term. and it has an aggregate of 40,000 square feet. A shopping center may be composed of one or more structures. Developments shall be considered land development projects, shall be reviewed as major land developments in accordance with the subdivision regulations.
But the term "may" gives me a
Yeah.
little heartache, because a developer can come in and say, well, you said it may be one building of 40,000 square feet, and presto, we have another strip mall in the town of Tiverton.
Okay, well, maybe what we do is table this one and come back with language, specific performance criteria that limits, like that basically says, you know,
The parking has to be dispersed around the side and in the back. The buildings have to be broken up. You can't have one
yeah,
single building.
there's
that's-
some, that if you're gonna do this, there's some massing regulation, right, on how, you know, that no individual building can be more than something.
Okay.
That's what
We
you're trying to
we
do.
need more work on this one, and I thought that we had pretty much decided, you know, against the strip malls.
Well, we didn't really, no, we
No.
didn't, well, at least.
We fixed the definition.
We didn't decide against them, but we did decide that we wanted to have something that looked a little more villagey and not like,
Exactly.
you know,
Exactly.
900
Okay.
feet of,
All right, so we're gonna make these no's across the board
and fix
till
it.
such time that we can revisit them.
Yes.
Is that the consensus of everyone?
Yes.
Steve? No. All right.
We're gonna have a couple more Saturdays on our
Can't
calendar
wait.
here.
Mixed use structure up to 20,000 square feet, permitted in the waterfront zones. Previously, permitted in the industrial zone as well. Previously, a special use permit in the general and highway commercial zones. So we have standards for this.
Yes.
Standard, I should say, of parking shall primarily be to the side and rear of the primary structure. It's page 43, Bill. Do you want this to be a use in the general commercial or highway commercial zone?
Yes, please.
Okay? Rosemary?
Yes.
Chris? Dick? Bill?
Yes.
Steve?
What are you proposing?
Permitted, mixed-use complex of up to 20,000 square feet.
I got that. but
Highway
where
and
we
general,
thinking?
highway and general commercial zones.
Yes.
Okay. With those standards from the waterfront zone to be applied to all.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we're back to the 300-foot setback.
No, I already struck that.
Okay, and the hours of operation.
Struck.
Okay, cool.
Okay. And this would be a permitted use.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, that's fine.
Mixed-use complex between 20 and 40,000 square feet. That's already permitted.
But I think we need to adjust the criteria.
Already struck.
Okay.
And mixed-use complex over 40,000 square feet. That was not in your prior ordinance, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say you want to say a no for this right now, just like you did with the strip malls.
Placeholder.
Okay?
Yeah, I think we need to think about that.
That's the consensus?
Agreed.
Retail sales accessory to the manufacture or assembly of products. That's permitted by right in the general and highway commercial zones. I'll apply the same standards from the waterfront. Yes?
Yes.
Retail sales,
Well, hang on a second, though, there's no size limit on this. There are sizes for the waterfront.
yep.
I don't know, should there be a size limit for general commercial? Because it's up to 40,000, I mean, there's no
Yeah.
size limit on this, so maybe in general commercial, it should be 20,000 square feet?
That's a, yeah,
I'm just throwing it out there.
I think 20,000 is a pretty reasonable figure. That's a pretty good-sized building.
Everyone agree?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the aggregate of all structures, so, right, same language?
Yes.
Okay.
Retail sales with open lot storage other than display for sale was special use in the general and highway commercial zones. You have a performance standard for the waterfront 1 zone. Thoughts?
So, we're talking about something that would require some space. So I would think industrial zone. I don't think, I think it would probably be too big for general commercial, and I don't think it really fits in highway commercial.
Well, this is retail sales with open lot storage.
Yeah, with open lot storage, so we're talking about, you know,
Humphreys.
landscaping material and, I don't know,
Humphreys. Like the woman.
yeah, Humphreys. I would say almost, I don't think there's space in general commercial for that necessarily. Although
All I would say is that you allow, right, you allow retail sales of up to 20,000 square feet and of up between 20 and 40,000 square feet in the general commercial zone. And they may need a place to put stuff for display. Well, other than for display, but.
So, I think if you were gonna put it in general commercial, then you would have to use the same criteria that you have for the waterfront.
Yep.
But I don't know that you would need that criteria all of that criteria in the industrial zone.
Industrial zone, it's a no. I'm sorry, where am I?
why would it be a no in the industrial zone?
That's what it is.
I would make that a P.
Yeah, I would make it a P in the industrial zone and almost not even have performance standards apart from what already exists in the industrial zone.
Okay, so what about highway and general commercial zones?
I think you could have it in general commercial, but you'd have to limit it to some square footage.
You can do the 20,000 square feet again.
Well, Todd, what you're sort of bringing up is trying to perhaps have some consistency.
Correct.
across these, you know. So I would say I would be okay with limiting it up to 20,000 square feet.
In general commercial, I would,
In the
I'll,
general commercial.
I'll go along with that.
Highway commercial?
I would think it's still, the same thing would apply.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
20,000 square feet for there too?
Yep.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty much. Now, how about the scooter place by the Rotary there? I mean, I guess they could try to make a case that, that they're not just, it's not storage, it's on display for sale.
It's on
No,
display.
All
It's
of
on-
those
Right.
60s Vespa scooters
Yeah,
that
right.
ring in the perimeter.
Mhm.
I mean, those are on display for sale because I've seen, they pull them in every night.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we're getting there, guys. Adult book and video store, we have to permit this somewhere.
We have to prevent it and
It was special use permit in the highway commercial previously.
If we're gonna put it somewhere, it's probably,
The only criteria we have is what's in the margin there, or in the note section, shall not be located within 1,000 feet of any church, school, daycare, residence.
I would say highway commercial.
I would say highway and I think that that's probably the only restriction we need to put on it.
Okay.
It would, it would. Yes, and that's the only place, highway commercial.
Yep.
Couple of advice in that one
That's becoming Sin City.
area. Yep.
Gasoline filling stations, previously special use in the general and highway commercial zones. I know your opinion, Stu. Anyone else? Contrary opinion? Big no?
What, yeah,
Oh, Stu's no.
yeah.
The zoning update committee recommended that the existing gas stations be grandfathered, and that's all the gas stations need.
I think that's totally acceptable. In mind.
That's the consensus?
Yep.
Steve,
Yeah.
please, come on.
I get it now.
Okay. Auto and truck sales, special use permit in the general commercial zone previously, already by right in the highway commercial zone. And
Is there criteria here?
Ashley gave us criteria for that, yes?
Page, someone help me. Got too many papers here.
Page 7.
7, okay.
We're really close, all right? Really close.
Well, I think if we're gonna do it, we gotta make number 1 consistent with our previous stuff about vegetative.
Right, so I wanted to ask a question about that one, actually. Is this a fence? Would VD have to put a fence up around its entire lot?
Yeah, that's the thing in these open lot storage things, this is the thing that I'm the most worried about for all of them, is that we're telling people that they have to put a fence around the whole thing. And I don't think we should be doing that. I think we should be worried about screening from residential property to the street, and other than that, if they don't want a fence, I don't care.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna fence it in, it defeats the purpose of, like, having your wares out on display for sale,
Right.
right? Like,
Yeah.
BD draws in people because,
And the fencing itself might not be all that attractive.
Exactly.
So let's get rid of the fencing
Well,
and
the other
talk
ones,
instead.
the other ones, the open lot storage was for, other than for display. Just to be
Right,
clear
but
about.
even at that, like,
Yes.
I think all that fencing, it should be more that it should be screened from residential properties. And then if the merchant wants to fence up the stuff, fine, but if they don't want to,
And a lighting plan.
Okay, let's just focus on this fencing then. Are we going back to the retail sales with open lot storage? Is that what we're doing? And
Talking
the,
about the fencing fees.
well, I'm not sure if we are. What fencing are we talking about? Just car sales? Or are we going back to other uses?
let's talk about car sales to start.
Okay. So the first criteria is open lot storage must be completely enclosed by a solid fence.
No, I agree with Trish on this. This should be modified to talk about screening for where it abuts residential.
And that screening could and probably should be vegetative buffer rather than fencing, but we would just use the term screening.
Evergreen.
No, Stu, evergreen is different than what Stu just said of screening.
Just.
Whatever the choice is.
Just screening.
Fence, evergreen,
Exactly, anything to obscure the view.
so screening from residential
Yes.
zones and uses?
Yes.
residential zones. If we start putting uses in, you know, there are pre-existing non-conforming houses that are places, and it'll get really restrictive for people. I think you say zones.
just so we're all thinking about this, right? We're talking about new uses coming in. If you're a resident living there already with no commercial use next to you,
Okay. Talk me
okay? So I'm striking the first criteria of open lot storage must be completely enclosed by fence, correct?
Right.
I'm adding screening for residential zones. The second criteria, we're okay with that?
Yep.
Open lot storage shall be used for parking, shall not be used for parking purposes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
All repair service within a fully enclosed structure.
Yep.
All right, and then no work or storage in the public right of way. We're good with that? Okay, where are we allowing auto or truck sales? There was previously special use in the general commercial zone. Do you want that now?
Previously special use in the
General commercial.
general commercial.
By right in highway commercial.
Well, I think it should say by right in highway
Mhm.
commercial. Industrial?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
All right, general commercial?
So what was the, I mean,
I don't know. I mean, DD's there now, right? Well, that's
Highway.
technically highway commercial, but it's probably gonna turn into general commercial. I don't know. We're trying to make general commercial a little, that's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Whatever anybody wants is okay with me.
I know everyone's tired. We're almost there.
yeah, I mean, my sense is a no in general commercial, if we're gonna have it in highway and industrial.
Okay.
I agree with Bill. I agree with
Chris, Rosemary, Dick,
Yep, I agree.
Steve?
We're allowing general commercial and industrial?
Highway
commercial.
Highway commercial and industrial.
Yes. Yes.
No in the general commercial?
No, yeah, no in general commercial.
Okay.
Takes up a lot of space.
Trailer sales, service and storage, special use, previously general commercial and industrial, by right in the highway commercial zone. We do not have any standards for this.
Honestly, this feels like the first cousin of auto and truck sales,
Yeah, exactly.
to me.
So I think it should just be,
I think it should like mirror.
yeah.
So no in the general commercial, everyone agree?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, are we talking about utility trailer type things?
Yeah.
Or, you know, like truck and trailer, semis,
It's not
No,
specific.
tractor trailers,
We're talking about much smaller trailers, like a
little
boat trailer.
utility
or-
trailers. and
Or a
things.
utility trailer that
Or
you,
boat trailers,
yeah,
that kind of
yeah,
thing.
that's what we're talking about. And I completely agree with Bill. It's,
could, I don't
we should have,
specific.
it should be handled exactly the same way as the previous item.
All right, so no in the general commercial, permitted in the highway commercial, permitted in the industrial.
Lift and shift the same criteria.
You want the same criteria?
Yep.
Okay. What do I do with that? Okay, transportation uses. Commercial airport or heliport was a special use permit in the industrial zone previously.
I think this is no across the board.
No across the board. We've discussed this in the revision committee.
Private landing strip or helipad.
No.
No, across the board.
Bus or rail passenger station.
Those are special use permits in,
In the R30, highway commercial, general commercial, and the industrial zone.
But didn't we, and we discussed that as well, but didn't we decide that that decision will be made by the state?
I mean, it's just like
And the-
so,
and
and
the
this doesn't
state will
include bus
determine
stop.
where
but
the
here's the
bus.
thing, these aren't stops, these are stations, and
Station,
that's
big
different.
difference.
So,
So a bus station or a train station would be
There's no train station
part
here.
of the
Now that it's
state
built out
transportation
farther,
system.
like, there's nothing coming here.
right,
And
there's,
they'll make that decision, we won't.
but I think station, I think for now, we should just say no. I
Yeah.
mean, you know, if the state wants to have a bus station here, they can come talk to us about it and get a use variance. But other than that,
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just don't think it's.
Okay, that's fine, guys. Commercial off-street parking facility, including bus or other vehicle storage, was a special use permit in the general and highway commercial and industrial zones.
This is.
I don't even like this use.
So this is commercial, this wouldn't include like a park and ride situation like we have on Fish Road that I would
Correct.
imagine it's governed by the state.
That's state-owned
DOT.
anyways, yeah.
that's the next one. This one, do we have any criteria for it?
No,
Then we should hold off until we have some, because it was a special use permit before, and we should figure out.
state or municipal off-street parking,
I think that's.
New
the par-
use.
That's the park and ride.
So we're permitting it in waterfront?
that's where it was discussed previously,
Yeah, there's
yes.
already one there, the DEM's parking lot across from the boat.
Correct.
Yeah, this one is, this is kind of interesting because the town might actually want to try and find some more municipal parking
Yeah,
spaces.
we
that
talked
could be
about
alright.
that yesterday on our sidewalk.
So, you know, it's possible that we just, at least in all the commercial zones, say that it could be a permitted use.
I think that makes sense.
I agree with that.
In the commercial zones, right?
Yeah,
Highway,
All of the
general.
commercial zones except village commercial.
Industrial?
I don't think
No,
that's really
no,
gonna happen. That
no,
would be a bad
you
use.
don't want parking in the industrial. I don't
Okay.
think.
but the rest of the.
Highway in
commercial
general,
zones-
yeah,
Okay,
and waterfront.
yes.
And do we have any standards?
No.
No, but we could put some in the subdivision regulations, right? About,
You gonna tell the town what to do?
yeah, right.
Wholesale business and storage,
Where is that one? We have that one.
section 12A. Wholesale business and storage of non-flammable, non-explosive material in a building, permitted in the waterfront 1, permitted by right in the highway commercial, previously special, by right in the industrial, previously a special use in the general commercial.
I think you just leave the rest of them the way they are, and you get rid of the permitted by right in general commercial.
That was a special use before.
Yeah, and turn that into a no. Is there criteria for that, for those?
We have criteria from the waterfront zone.
Where is that?
45.
Off of
40.
45.
There's so many different pieces of paper here.
Maximum size of 20,000 square feet. Trish, complete, storage must be completely enclosed by a solid fence or wall. Fences or walls along the front or corner must be set back 30 feet. Chain link fencing must be with shrubs. Seeing that?
I think that's okay, but I think in the industrial zone, you could be bigger than 20,000 square feet, but.
Okay, so First of all, does everyone agree? It's a no in the general commercial, permitted in the highway commercial, and the industrial zones.
Yes.
Okay. As to the standards for the highway and industrial zones, do you want to have a maximum of 20,000 square feet?
20,000 square feet in highway commercial, 40,000 square feet in industrial.
So I'll change the existing criteria to be structures used for this purpose are permitted by right up to a maximum of 20,000 square feet in the highway, commercial, and waterfront one zone.
Right.
I'll have a new number. Structures for this purpose, maximum 40,000 square feet in the industrial zone.
Yes.
Everyone good?
Yeah, I have to admit, some of this stuff that I'm seeing in this, I don't remember seeing this when we voted for the waterfront zone. Like fences or walls along the front corner side lot line have to be set back a minimum of 30 feet from the property.
I did not make it up.
I know.
It was there.
Okay.
If you want it out, that's fine.
Well, I mean, I
Like the storage area completely enclosed by a solid fence. Do you want that to mirror what we did with the automotive?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the matter, Bill?
Yeah, no. I'm fine with mirroring that.
Everyone else okay with that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Any other concerns, Trish?
Nope.
The next use was wholesale business, which may include open lot storage of material products and/or construction and other equipment. Permitted in the industrial zone. It was a special use permit in the highway commercial zone previously. We do not have any criteria for this.
I just make it permitted.
In the highway commercial?
Oh, you know what? Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, aside from the non-flammable, non-explosive, up above, like,
Yep.
I'm trying to really delineate between the two here.
So I think B allows you to do open lot storage of material, products and/or construction and other equipment, whereas those things would be prohibited in A. Because you're specifying it in B,
Yep.
which means you cannot do it in A.
Okay.
Why is though A, but A doesn't mention open lot, right?
Correct.
It says in the building,
Yes.
but if you read the criteria, doesn't
Yep.
it mention the open lot storage?
It
part of
does.
that?
Yep.
So-
Number 8,
So why do we have this open lot storage language if the use says it's in the building? I would get rid of all the open lot stuff.
Yep.
And the criteria.
Yeah,
For A.
Correct.
For A.
for A. Yeah, it's all in the building.
Yep.
Okay.
And then do we have language for B?
No.
Okay,
Um, I caution everybody about open lot storage. We've had an experience on Eagleville Road where we thought we were getting small piles of construction material that we could hardly see from the road. And it turned out that we have giant piles that are in our face.
Mountains.
I think we need to be really careful about this open lot storage business, and where we allow it.
Maybe we need to rewrite this one.
Maybe
More
we need to put
definition.
this one on the back burner and just say no at the present time, until we can think it through a little better.
Okay, so let me ask, talking about B right now, wholesale business,
we're
which may
talking
include
about
open lot
B.
storage.
Yeah.
We've got.
Yeah,
that's
I just want
finished.
to talk about B for a second.
Yep.
Highway commercial is going to remain a no, although previously a special use permit.
Yep.
The P in the industrial zone for that use, does that remain?
I think we should make it a no until we figure out exactly how open lot, what exactly.
I feel like we're taking one step forward and 6 backwards.
I don't think so. We've got a lot of these done. There's only a handful that we haven't.
That we
done.
have to do later, though. But, okay, so going back to the wholesale business and storage, 12A there, the criteria, I'm striking all of the references to storage outside.
Yep.
So storage area must be completely enclosed by a solid fence or wall. I'm striking that.
Yep.
I would strike number 6, storage items outside the fenced area.
Yep. Number 8, open lot storage area shall not be used for parking.
Yep, strike it.
By this theory, we should be striking 7, the waterfront zone storage areas must be located to minimize visibility, first from the water and second from the street, but do you want that stricken?
Yeah. It's in the building. It says in the building.
Okay.
Do you need 4 and 5 then?
If they have fences, do you require fences for this use?
There's, if it's all in a building,
It's
there's,
all in the building. Then you
in
don't
theory,
need-
no eyesore outside to fence off.
Everyone agree?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
That leaves you with 2 criteria, 3, I guess. In the waterfront zone, the use must be related to marine materials and services.
Yep.
In the W1 and HC zones, 20,000 square feet max. In the industrial zone, 40,000 square feet max.
Yep.
We're good? Okay.
They're very generous.
Mini storage, we've already done. Storage of flammable and/or explosive material.
And that's no all across the board.
Everyone agree?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Retail outlet accessory to wholesale or storage use. Permitted in the waterfront 1 zone. Permitted in the highway commercial zone. Previously special use in the general commercial and industrial zones. And page 45 has the criteria for that. To include a size of 40,000 square feet. Open lot storage areas must be defined, separated from parking areas.
Which page is this one on?
It's
Page
on
45,
45, middle.
Well, I think general commercial, since we're not allowing wholesale business now, that should be an N, because there's no need to have it as an accessory.
Yep.
And I think industrial should be a permitted use, not an S.
I agree.
With the standards that we use for the waterfront zone?
Yeah,
Agree, everyone?
Yes. Yes.
yeah,
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
yep.
You're down to your last, well, I won't say that. Industrial uses, manufacturing, storing, processing. Permitted in both waterfront zones, previously special use in the industrial zone. You have criteria?
It should be a P with criteria.
Okay, the only criteria would relate to open lot storage from what we presently have, unless you also want to include a size limitation. Does everyone first agree permitted in the industrial zone?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
What?
What is the use we're talking about?
This one right here, 13A.
Do you want to limit the size?
In the industrial zone,
Correct.
I would say up to
40,000 square
40.
feet.
You have 40, to be consistent.
Okay. Next use, product assembly. Was not permitted in the waterfront zones.
It should be, because we were trying to accommodate that Portsmouth company that wants to,
They don't want to assemble things there. They just want to do R&D in office space, they're not building them.
I thought they
No,
were.
they were building prototypes.
I thought that they were assembling something, but small electronic equipment.
No, they're not.
Prototypes would be different than this.
I was gonna say that this was for distribution purposes.
Correct. This is actual manufacturing.
Okay,
So it's permitted in the what zone? General commercial right now? It was a special use in the highway commercial previously.
We're talking A, not B. correct?
B.
Oh, B. So that isn't manufacturing, that is assembly
Yes.
I don't
of,
know why it is, though. I know Todd explained this to me, but I still don't know
You
why it
receive
is.
parts in. You're not making the parts.
you're assembling.
You're
Right.
saying-
Like you see that a lot in today, it's like assembled in the US, parts made
Yeah.
wherever,
Yeah.
right? I mean, even some car assembly stuff is happening that way.
Like Tinker Toys and Erector sets.
So the question is, highway commercial was a special use before, do you want it to be a permitted use now? Or not permitted? I do not have any standards for this.
I thought I'm seeing it on the last page of draft standard.
Oh, you are, I'm sorry.
yeah, right, it's,
Surprise.
it's on page 45.
Yes, you're
That's
right.
the last item.
I'm sorry.
I'm seeing it on page 8.
Page
Yeah,
8.
that's
Of the
actually
draft
on page eight.
standards review. I would be okay submitting in highway.
With these standards?
Yep.
Well, except minus the, the whole fence open lot storage thing, because they might not have any. This doesn't say that product assembly can have open lot storage.
It could be accessory though to their use.
Oh, okay. Well, I still think the chain link fence, I'm not crazy about the fences or walls setback 30 feet from the property line, but since we're talking about highway commercial, I don't care that much, so I'm good with that.
So we're gonna use these in highway, commercial, and industrial.
Yep,
And general commercial.
No,
It's
not-
permitted in the general commercial,
I would take it out of general commercial.
highway commercial,
I would,
industrial.
yeah, I would also take it out of general commercial.
I agree with that,
Just relegate it to highway, commercial, and industrial.
yep.
But now you're not allowing that company to do that.
Do what?
Oh, never mind. It's a
Never mind.
prototype.
Okay.
And Ken, cannabis use, that's mandated by the state, so.
We're not
you're-
touching that.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So Todd, do you need a motion now to approve all of the decisions we made tonight, granting staff the flexibility to make any modifications?
I do.
in the-
I do, but I first need to ask you about the form-based code zones and what I should do with those, the uses there.
So I think the form-based code uses should wait, because the form-based use code is completely ready to come to the planning board, and there are recommendations for things that should be special use approved. So I think it would be better for the planning board to start with the zoning update committee's review of that zone, rather than reinvent the wheel.
Okay. The standards that we've discussed tonight, would those also apply to permitted uses in the form-based code zones,
Bless you.
where there are already permitted uses identified?
Yes, I would say yes, for sure, because we've gone through the same use list. That's where the whole retail less than 20, that all came out of the form-based code discussion.
Okay.
So if it's a permitted use, at least for now, if it says it's a permitted use in the form-based code, then it would keep whatever standard we have here. But there are some things that are different, so.
I mean, admittedly, I had lots of questions about the whole form-based code part of this agenda, and I would be cool if we waited to get whatever recommendations are coming our way,
Yeah.
and not find ourselves wasting the next hour plus
Yeah.
going through
I
all of that.
actually, if I were you, Todd, I would just wait on those, because they're done. They can go on the next, whatever, as soon as the planning board has time to take them on, they're ready to go.
I just want to be able to say that the standards apply that we've discussed tonight, if it's a permitted use.
Yep.
Okay? Your motion, Stu?
Okay, so I move to approve the recommendations that we made tonight, and to grant Todd and Ashley discretion to make any modifications and adjustments they feel are necessary, consistent with the spirit of our discussion tonight.
That,
All those in favor? Well, discussion?
Discussion.
Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, and it's unanimous.
Let me ask you this. Do you want to see it before we send it?
No.
You're making a positive, your motion was to make a positive recommendation to the town council to adopt these, right?
Yes, yes, and since you're under time constraint, I think you should have the discretion to send these to town council ASAP, and not bring them back to the planning board. Do you agree with that, Tricia?
I appreciate that. I'll say you can, there's enough time for you to have a special meeting if you wanted to review the final draft.
No, I don't, I think that's dangerous, because we could reopen it again.
Yes, you could.
So I'm almost inclined to say, you know what?
Can we see a final, can a final copy be distributed via email?
Yes.
Okay, I think.
When's it due?
Yeah,
Is it council?
if we could just get an electronic copy when you get a chance or whenever.
Middle of the month?
Todd, take the money and run it. Get this approved.
Okay. I will distribute an electronic copy as soon as possible. Rose?
And I would, again, like any correspondence that goes to the town council from the planning board to be distributed to us. I've sat at too many council meetings and haven't seen what gets sent to the council meeting. They talk about planning planning board's recommendation and everything. I know you've asked for it, I've asked for it. Just the cover letters and whatever goes.
Oh, don't blame Ed, that's on me then for not sending it to you.
Whoever's. Stu should be signing it too.
Well, I'll
Initially.
sign it if I write it. No one ever asked me to write it, so.
No, but it's coming from us. Whoever sends it.
So
initially.
Rosemary, why don't you make a motion to, a
I would
privileged
like to
motion?
make a privileged motion to adjourn at 11:55.
Oh my God, we've never gone this late, but we got it all done.
I'd like to thank Todd and Ed.
I would
Thank you,
too.
thank you all. No, It's a lot to do.
And actually-
Yes, thank you, Todd, for getting us through
And
this.
I'd like to,
It was,